right, so I know you from NFL, but most of people don't, so we're going to do a short interview. Questions about yourself. The first one is handsama or handsamedi? What is the best?
Handsama.
Handsama. I know you're a big fan of him, so I hope you're going to face off against him later.
Yeah.
Second question, Berlin kebab or tteokbokki? What's best?
Tteokbokki.
Tteokbokki?
Yeah.
Have you tried Berlin kebab?
Yeah, I tried.
Is it good still?
Yeah, it was good.
All right, next question. Would you go back to LCK or stay here with us in LEC?
I stay here.
You stay here?
Yeah.
Nice, nice. We're here to keep you anyway. Now the next one, and I mean, I know that you were a big fan of Gumayushi. You talked about this quote. Does it represent you? Do you like this quote?
Yeah, I like this sentence.
Yeah, I really like this sentence. All right, next one would be Faker Ari skin or Uzi Kaisa skin as an AD carry.
I think Faker skin.
Faker skin is better?
Yeah.
Okay, next one. What is really bad? Inting, but still winning.
Yeah.
Or like BDD, losing, but being 1v9.
What is better?
What is better? Yeah.
Bows.
Bows?
Yeah.
Because you still win in the
Yeah,
end.
because he's winning.
All right, last question would be, yeah, I mean, I know you posted this as well. Back then, I hope we can see some of this in the LEC from you. Your jungler or your new boyfriend?
Boyfriend?
Yeah. Ahead of the
Um,
game today. Oh my God, let's see.
I think new boyfriend.
Your boyfriend still? You like Yonkos better?
Yeah.
Okay, don't look at this, Navi, especially because you're about to play. Hansamdi, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck today against Kc.
Yeah.
Any words to the fans?
Thank you. See you.
Thank you. See you. Thank you so much. And back to us at the spa. And we're back here, and we're about to see him on stage in his very first game. It's going to be against Kc. But first things first, Navi, GB, for people who are not familiar with the org, talk us through it.
I mean, they're absolutely huge in CS, right? They've won the equivalent of a world championship in CS 2 times. It's called a major, right? This is a team that is, well, their abbreviation is Navi, but in Latin, their full name, Natus Vincere, means born to win. And hopefully that's what a team like this wants to achieve in LEC, because in the titles that they compete in, they're trying to be #1. And I think there's a lot of pressure on the current players they have on their roster, because they've already said, we're using this as data. Our full roster for 2026 is not set, so the players, they need to perform.
Yeah, and one of those major wins, I was actually there in Stockholm, and I just heard every time they played the roaring crowd, the energy was incredible. And I think that really highlights that this is an organization with high expectations. Now, I think Rogue didn't really feel the pressure as much, but now Navi, this is something that in regards to Fnatic and GT, you feel the pressure while being on top of.
I still can't get over the name. Born to win, bro.
Right.
That is crazy. That's so cool. Just that alone makes me want to cheer for them more.
Any take on the roster with Malrang being on the bot lane now in the role of support? Finn, we were just saying that this is not the final product, this is not the final roster. They want to take a look at the LEC and see what they can do here.
I mean, I'm so hyped for Malrang support. I remember after they got knocked out, I went into solo queue, and then I see Malrang support in my team, and I'm like, what is going on? I check his op.gg. This is the quote from the CEO as well. We're talking about Malrang, but also there's just so much expectations being placed on this. And speaking of expectations, I really expect Malrang to be one of these players that kind of help that team, because to me, Navi is a team where the solo laners, they need a little bit of babying. And I think Malrang is someone that is really willing to give up his own lead to kind of help his teammates.
And they're facing off against Kc of any team in the first game they have. Kc, who came with the most unexpected roster move, I want to say, adding up Niski as a 6th man of a roster. Like, that is not what I expected. There's no LEC without Niski, by the way. He's playing mid. He's shadowing Vladdy this time around.
Yeah, it feels really random, especially Vladdy felt like the contender to Caps, going to be the next best mid in EU. Maybe there's some issues behind the scene or something, not sure. Maybe Niski's taking on the mentor role, trying to help Vladdy push himself to be that new Caps that we're looking for.
Exciting LEC off-season. As always, the unexpected is what we can expect here in this league. We have a new format, we have a new set, we have new teams. So let's let the international memes behind us. We're getting ready for Worlds, and it starts right now. Let's get ready for Summer Splits.
produce. Coming core are your new kings of winter. It takes everything from G2. Vamos, core!
Hey Caps, our trophy has been long astray. We've been letting these young bloods win for way too long. How about we go and reclaim what is ours?
Don't call me up, I don't follow up, but low frequency, no fake.
I'm actually really relieved and excited by Navi joining. There's new environments, new people, new dynamics.
People don't really have expectation on us. I think they might get a surprise.
From the start even, the general consensus was that Heretics was going to be 10th place.
I don't think you can go into us thinking it's going to be a free win.
I'm for sure looking forward to further develop on it in summer.
Look at you fell like a flop, cutting you out like a crop. Stop.
Since fans have high expectations of me, I don't think we have met them at all yet. But I'm pretty confident that it's going to change the split.
The final moments of Fnatic in spring, KC complete dominance.
Was not the best year so far, I would say. We had many obstacles. A change was needed. The 5 players couldn't stay together anymore because there were so many issues that could not get fixed. So something had to change.
A lot of people say that I'm just here to collect money. I just want to prove that I can be one of the best mid laners in Europe.
The first time I came, I think I was not crazy. I was too young as well. Now I know myself, I'm not scared to play.
After my split in SK, I didn't expect to join the LEC team that fast. It's the moment I can actually get to the next level.
I would define a successful split if you got words. I feel like I proved myself to be in LEC. Some players don't make playoffs every split, but I'm kind of sick of being top 6, top 5 every split.
Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé au Spring? On a manqué de sérieux. Ça se reproduira plus. Coming into Spring Split, we were a bit cocky probably. We're going to come with a much more humble mentality.
They will regret the day that they crossed the mighty MCoy.
You just have to get back to work.
And K-Cup have done well so far, right, this year, but I still would feel very confident going up against either of them, and I guess we'll have to see when we play them.
Just being second again is not enough.
This summer we will really try to show that there's a big gap between us and the rest of Europe.
Por aquí. Mira, Álvaro. Sí, yo creo que sí, flipando. ¿Cómo ganamos con el Casadín?
¿Y Open dónde está?
Llegada súper buena.
Coming into this split, we have many thoughts or learnings that we will use in our favor.
As a region, we need to do better, and it all starts in summer split.
Broken Blade in the bailout does absolutely nothing. The on-horn! BB's a god today! Jojo goes back in. The Arcane Storm doesn't work, and there it is, a shutdown from Jojo. Solo kill onto Faker. Alvaro is here, and they just want to turn it back again. Someone from Alcoy comes down from the sky and takes everything from G2.
Made a big change on us, so we are really ready and hungry for this title.
Welcome to the LEC Summer Split. I'm Medic. I'm Betty. And we're here for KC versus Navi. Oh, and I'm feeling great. How was your break? Well, nothing beats a Medi-Betty holiday in my estimation.
Nothing. Are you ready for some great League of Legends?
I am, and hopefully we can forget MSI.
Oh, man, we need to. Yeah. We definitely need to. And we'll do that by getting into some great League of Legends. Let's jump straight into the draft.
Let's get into it as Navi and KC take to the stage here at the start of Summer Split. I'm Medi, I'm joined by Betty, as you've already seen. We are still in the jacuzzi. Things are more wrinkly than I expected at this point of the day, I'll be honest. My fingers are pruning. But here we are for KC, the Winter Champions, taking on Navi in their first LEC showing.
A new org, a fresh slate, and some new faces on the Rift. Going to be going up against KC, naturally considered the favorites going into this best of three. Both teams have had a lot of time off to prepare, get ready for week 1 of summer, and things are going to be intense. Reminder that in our format, it is each team will only play 4 best of 3s against other teams in their group. Yep. Falling short in any of those best of 3s could have massive consequences in terms of the outcome of the group.
The vital thing is not ending up in 5th in your group. If you're 5th, you're out after those 4 best of 3s. If you are 3rd or 4th, you play against someone in the other group to see if you get through to the next stage of playoffs. And obviously, if you're in that top 2, you make it straight through with a bye. Let's get into the draft, though. Gwen immediately banned away by Navi. Importantly for everyone at home, 25.15 is the patch, and Yunara is enabled. Mel, however, is on a global disable right now, I believe, so we won't be seeing her today.
So far, we're seeing the tried and true bans that we've been seeing around the world. Pantheon likely to be very high on the priority list as well. Vi, we've still been seeing a lot of this removed internationally, but Kana's Jace, for anyone that watched Spring, well, for anyone that's watched Kana in general, the man's Jace is disgustingly good, and Navi do not want to run the risk of handing that over to him. Larsen's Azir, a champion that is very well known to him, and it's going to be taken away as well. But we still have the Pantheon available. The Vi is also up and ready. And as I say that, Navi going to be taking that one away just as fast.
Yeah, Pantheon's kind of fallen down a little bit over the last couple of patches. Still a very strong jungle picking competitive play.
100%.
But in solo queue, I think he's sitting at about 45% win rate.
Definitely did affect
Halo, halo, halo. Dobar dan, dobar dan, dobar dan. Pa, to je to, tu je Rale, tu je Navi, tu je Yunara konačno enabled, tako da iskreno...
Ja sam čuo da je tipa Mel disabled, ako sam ne dobro razumio.
I u EBL-u i u, da, svugde. Nešto je eksplodiralo kod Mel, ne znamo još šta. Jako bitna stvar, ljudi.
Odličan im je bio onaj cinematik istrana.
Odličan. Treba mi info samo iz chata da li su kasteri dovoljno tihi u odnosu na nas. Znači, da li je MSI nivo zvuka?
Znači, čest point je da se mi čujemo glasnije.
Tako je. Bitna informacija, čisto TLDR, Navi je uzeo mesto Roga i pored toga im je uzeo manje i više skoro ceo roster, mimo junglera, gdje su uzeli Tigera iz EMEA nivoa i sajnovali su ga samo na jedan split, od sljedećeg splita dobio je bench. Iako nije još ni igrao, ali već su ga benchovali. Drama.
Da, Malang je roll-swapovao na supporta, a Han Sam D je došao da igra također.
Tako je, tako je. To je rođak Han Same.
No, nije.
What do you mean? Što bi se zvao Han Samd?
Ne znam, zanima me.
Rođak Han Same. To me brat od strine Ivanke, samo da znate. Imaju Ivanku.
Ivanka Danilović, pa zato razumete.
Hansam D, tako je. Ovo ne gledamo. Ovo Tiger voli da igra, ali već je blokova Pantana. Ovo ne smeš da igraš. Aj sad Junaru, lokaj ako si šmeker, ako smiješ. Ako nisi cava. To nije Junara. Liče malo ruku na srce, ali nije.
Misliš da ćemo je vidjeti?
Ja se nadam. Alo, Nikola, jedino rolovanje koje se događa na mom streamu je u TFT-u. Hvala puno. Hvala puno. To je sve što ću reći.
Tank destroying power.
Aatrox is the common response that we've seen internationally into the Sun, and it looks like we're going to be seeing that from Adam as well. Usually it's considered a pretty easy lane for the Aatrox to play.
Da zapravo, Aatrox je možda najpikovaniji u Sion matchup posljednjih par mjeseci. Baš ono je no-brainer za igrača.
Slažem se.
The world definitely seems to be following a very similar trend. Of course, we are still playing in Fearless as we have been throughout the entirety of the year.
Ja mislim da će nažalost Navi biti kao Rogue, ali bar je Navi rekao da nam je ovaj split je eksperiment, učimo i to je manje više to, tako da šta znam. Bar to podržavam. I onda sljedeće godine nov roster i ja mogu to da razumem. Jer nisu imali nešto puno vremena da smišljaju, da uzimaju ekipe i svega toga, tako da vidjet ćemo šta će uraditi. A i ko zna, možda i Tiger bude nahajpovan, Han sam također, možda budu malo agresivniji. Ima nadi.
Ajde vidimo, ja ne volim da ulazim tako da očekujem od neke ekipe propast. Mnogo bih više volao da očekujem kao više pa da me razočaraju, to mi je fajn.
Mnogo mi je čudno što ga zovu Han Sam D.
Isto.
What do you mean Han Sam D? Han Sam D. Onda je Han Sam A. Da. Smije to tako, odmah ovako. Opa! Bravo Han Sam D! Han Sam D. Samo moram se da bacim na story da sam doktor igrice.
She is a really exciting champion to watch. The Zaya going to be locked in for Kalist. So Yunara, I mean, I'm really interested to see how she performs here in the play. Of course,
Junara za Han Sam D-a. Han Sam D. Osjećam se kao da sam na jednom specifičnom podcastu.
She has some things like the Civi with the stacking Q. She has a lot of potential team fight damage if she's able to get a lot of hits off. Talking to Jack earlier, he was telling me that he
Ja mislim će gurnisati, ja mislim da Han Sam neće igrati. Pok sam nahajpovan za Junaru, toko mislim da samo ovaj game ne igra, ali ne igra.
Pa imaju dobar daje kupi skoro.
Rakan Wukong, AD carry bez escape-a, vidi. Nije zabavno. Copycat Han Same. Ne, to mu je rođak od tetke Ivanke. To smo pričali. Zato imaju slično ime.
Ako niko nije čuo za Ivanku?
Ja ne mogu da verujem ljudi. Stvarno, morate praviti malo lore igrača.
It's a really tough group as well. You have to remember MKOI, Giant X, Vitality, Navi and Kc are in this group. If you are fighting...
Jo, da, oni sad imaju grupe.
Da, a jesi čuo, mislim i ti svi ostali, šta je uradio Kc? Niste spremni. A što mi imamo ove... Jo, mi imamo... Edove. To je shit. Zašto imam ad na LEDs? Veoma čudno, dobro. To ćemo morati da rešimo nekako. Zašto mi preko API vuče reklame na streamu? To je pitanje.
He talked about it in a
Da vidim.
L'Equipe article saying there were some problems within the team. There was some strife that was causing issues. Have they rectified those issues? And even if they haven't,
Hoće da nam daš malo, mislim da si vjerojatno davao na streamu, ali pošto si ti igrao, ako ti nije teško da malo uputiš u Junaru kao takvu, šta da očekujemo od heroja, hoću da se ospem na build ili ne?
Sekund samo, pošto moram ovo da rešim.
Aha, izvinite, imaš drugi problem.
When we were doing a bit of research on this player joining the LEC, I was surprised by how many different teams he has played on. So when you look across his career, you can see that he's played in the LPL, he's played in the LCK, he's played in the LLA, he's also played in the LFL.
Ne znam, sad ću da vidim kakva je situacija. Moram samo ovo da rešim što je bitno.
That V5 kind of miracle run they were making through playoffs. A lot of people expected them to make it to Worlds, and unfortunately they did just fall short. But he's had quite the history, but success has eluded him. Now that he's joined the LEC, he's going to have an opportunity to fight, but it's also a part of helping the development.
Sad ćemo dimo. Ok, dve stvari koje sam htio da napomenem jesu... KC ima 6-man roster, doveli su neverovatnog mid lanera koji će da kontestuje Vladijevo mesto.
Od svih njih Vladija će da... Vladijuće mesto da naprave nesigurnim.
Tako je. Ali realno doveli su veoma kompetentnog mid lanera, mlada nada, niski. Ne, šalim se, ozbiljan sam, stvarno su doveli niski da kontestuje Vladijevo mesto u KC-u.
Gde da kontestuju, tačno?
Ne znam. No troll 6-man roster.
Mid laner i water guy ili...
Ne znam. Ali legitimno su doveli Niskija da kontesta Vladijevo mesto, tako da sam šokiran šta su uradili, ali dobro. Svakako da se dotaknemo Junare. Jako dobar damage, jako puno mana problema u laneu, jako dobar skill i veoma killable. To je TLDR otprilike. Ovaj E je jako underwhelming. Da, E je jako underwhelming bez ulta. Mali movement speed, gore verzija Kajsa E-a.
Especially into something like a Zion Rakan that have such good range, that have such good poke, it can be really challenging actually to win out on the lane.
Good to know, good to know.
Alongside that, he's got an Alistar, which is not known as the best early laning support.
Exactly, and so KC is trying to do everything in their power to take advantage of that. They see the waves.
Dobro, 19 IS-a već se blago muči u laneu.
Will they threaten a dive? He's gonna decoy across the wall here. Hunsumdi is a half HP, has no pots.
No, sad i meni počinje da upada u uši. Dobro. Ojoj, outplay. Ok. Summoner više je bacio Navi.
Hunsumdi forced to flash away, so they're not too upset off the back of that trade. They're going to get that early reset off first, and because of the wave state as well, Hunsumdi might even have to stick around an extra wave to push this one out, which will give Kalist and Targamas a lot of time. I wonder if we will see a swap come through. We've been seeing those a lot throughout the world, and often it's the Scion team to initiate those swaps.
Što ćete napisati šta je problem?
Lagano. Alistar i dalje dobar u meti. Mene došlo zanima koliko će dugo Alistaru trebati da ispadne iz mete, jer ja ga prvo mnogo volim. Ali je... Ne mogu čak ni da provalim šta se tačno promenilo pa da je on postao toliko dobar.
And so a bit of information will be garnered on the bot side of the map. But now the question mark pings comes through as to where the Alistar is going to be on the map.
Also wondering where the Wukong is. Is the Wukong the one that just hit that Squire's boom, or is he on his
Fijekan sama Korea.
Tiger je...
We'll bring Malrang out to clear out this vision. But doesn't have a Squire's bloom to get awareness for himself. Targamas still waiting in the wings.
U najmea nivou bio dosta dobar. Da li je to sad dovoljno? Nisam najsigurniji.
Because he has the unraveled earth at any possible opportunity. You dash in, you're immediately stunned. You then need follow-up from the rest of your team, but they also want to dash in. It's one of the joys of playing Talia is how hard you can beat a gank.
I mean, I will also say that for Navi, with 2 rookies here on the LEC stage, you have to imagine that nerves do play a part. So far, it's been a very slow early game. It's something I'm going to be keeping my eyes on.
Drake, Hurley, top ili trebalo da funkcioniše, tako da Atox ima kontrolu, ali ne pravi toliko veliki lead. Ljudi, taj matchup smo toliko puta gledali da bukvalno se osjećam kao da mi je know-how matchup, a ne igram top lane.
First dragon of the game will go over to KC. The grub's likely going to be the next priority.
It looks like Navi trying to set up something here. As Tega is down in this bottom lane.
Mi ćemo za sljedeći game imati rešen problem.
Knowing that the dragon's just gone down, Yikes in the area. You want to make sure that this wave gets closer to the tower. Bliss holding on to the cannon for now. Larsen has a slight lead in the mid lane here over Vladdy, who
Larsen, komfort uvek u ovim control mage matchupovima.
Those threaded volleys and clear out the wave. So slight lead in top for Navi, slight lead in mid, but answered by the lead that Kalist has generated alongside Targmas in that bottom lane.
Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, we are seeing Adam build a bit of a lead, thanks to securing that plate as well. He's going to get a small gold advantage too. This is kind of how we expect the matchup to play out. And Aatrox's going to just continue to free farm, but his base going to be interrupted there. But Adam is someone that...
Koji je ovo Aatroxov skin, šta je ovo nekim? Neka meka verzija, nešto, zeleno.
Iskreno, ko će ga znati? Ko će ga znati?
Delo je gotivno. Kako skilled je narad? Jako dobro, jako loše?
Dobro sa itemima, samo što ne znaš što će rade, nešto će da buildaju. Jer vidimo da nema ništa od Juntala, ovo je Kraken Junara, tako da... Bez krita, malo manje damage-a kroz pasivno, bit će dosta interesantno kako to funkcioniše.
Možda će biti nešto Ash-like build, da razumeš.
No, možda, vidjet ćemo. Baš me zanima iskreno. Na koju će stranu dode. Mislim da će otići na Infinity u nekom to. Mislim samo otvara s Krakenom pa ide na crit. To mi je neka ideja.
Himself for Han Summer, because he respected the player so much as he was growing up. Now playing in the same league as him and trying to prove that he belongs here in the LEC.
He is going to have to secure a top 4 spot if he wants to have an opportunity to play against G2, against one of his idols. Engage from Maorai.
Yeah, good knockup. Does put the exhaust down, which perhaps was just to slow Yike, making sure that he couldn't get closer. Does also have the unsealed
siguran da ovih graba ovako mogu da pripadnu
Naviju,
mada su uspeli da ih istaraju. Tako da izgleda da grešim. Ne znam kakav je gameplan, uopšte kad se rekao je Kalist u onom cinematiku da su lekovali disciplinu u Malarang, ovo je već u njegovom stilu, da odmah krene agresivno, da divlja.
Okej, Tiger.
Mora pasti ovdje neko. Maroin ponovo želi odličan input od strane Jajka da canceluje Pulverize. Mislim da je Jajka zla.
Nice!
Ima!
Nije Han Sam, ovo je Han Sam D. Jako velika razlika.
Sam ja napravio lapsus, sam rekao Han Sam.
Ne, nego pita u chatu Ivan odakle Han Sama tu. Pa mu samo kažem da nije Han Sama nego Han Sam D. Što je drastično različito od Han Same A. Han Sama A. Iskore, da. Tiger je odigrao okej, iskreno. Iskatovo dovoljno, povuko se nazad sa shieldom, forsirao cooldownove. A on je Tiger, nije Tiger.
Dobro, očigledno da ti ja više ne znamo engleski.
Da, mislim, Tiger. Nema šanse, brate. Čeji se des? Što im isto ime? Nema. Jedan je Han Sam A, a drugi je Han Sam D. Drastično velika razlika. Nemojte se zbuniti sad, znači moramo da budemo ovdje spremni.
I had questions about Marang as a support. I thought Jarvan support isn't meta, there's no way Marang can do that well. But so far, in the first 10 minutes of game 1, he's played pretty well.
So far,
Za sada ekipa Navija izgleda dosta dobro zapravo.
Istina. Sad kad izbace Vladija sljedeći game i ubace Niskija.
Nemoj to da radiš.
I uleće niski TF.
Znaš šta, bilo bi mi fajn, samo pojeti cijele što ja stvarno cenim kako je Vladi igrao, mislim da je dobro igrao.
Jest, jedan od boljih igrača Kc-a, realno.
Also moving towards that bot side while they leave Hansamdi in the middle lane. Kc setting up for this dragon. Navi's in a position to contest, but it doesn't look like that they're interested. And I do think that this is the wise choice.
I think they're going to fight it, Betty.
I think you are. I think they're too late, though. They're way too late.
Taiga's ultimate about to come back off cooldown. Marang has that unbreakable will. Vision behind. There's the TP from Adam. There's a shockwave combo. Yikes!
Lepo.
To try and get away with the cyclone. Good knockback.
Lepo. Ukoliko lep side dukšava Vladija. Kana, ulti Kana.
Nema, Hansamdi je mrtav.
Kakav heroj. Koliko useless heroj.
Pa šta radiš u Sionu? Kao Kraken, AD carry, ništa.
Da mora ja. Ok, ovo je još jedan kill. Dobro, vraća KC.
A very nice punish from Kc. As I was saying, Navi tried to use their numbers advantage. They had 5 versus 4 before Kana could respond. But once they weren't able to get any kills, the fact that Kana had arrived meant that Navi really didn't have any more tools to continue the fight. That allowed Kc to start the chase down and get themselves a kill back. Trinity Force now secured for Yike, the second dragon of the game as well. And we'll see it back here. A really nice initiation comes through from Navi. The TP timing is good, the shockwave connects, but they just don't quite have enough damage. Hansamdi can't quite get in range. She also
Pogledaj ga, vidi ga jadan, upalio kuglice, zenjata, puff, ništa. Dođe Sion i više ti damage i shielda uradi level 1 nego ti 7 basic attackova kao AD carry.
Yeah, the re-engage kind of from Adam to try and distract Kana. A little bit over-eager there. I think he could have kept running away, maybe just put the chains down to lock down that Sion. In the end, Kc come out very happy with that sequence. About 1,000 gold lead for them. You can see the gold swings at that bottom of the screen back in Kc's favor, at least in the majority. 700 gold lead as well for this Sion. I've seen this matchup a lot. And I have seen Sion just survive it a lot of the time and then get to a fight like this and just eke out it massively. It seems so hard for the Aatrox to actually have the same impact that the Sion is going to have.
Well, the logic is always that Aatrox is a champion that also scales.
Sure.
Hang on a minute.
Mora da došajde tu Marang. Ja mislim da će Marang odlično ići support, Tiger. Solidna količina samopouzdanja za prvi game u lecu. Bravo, mača. Sasvim solidna količina samopouzdanja za prvi game u lecu.
Pa, lepo. Šteta što će biti instant benchovan. Sljedeći split, ali eto.
Možda ga uzme neka druga ekipa, nikad ne znaš.
To je istina. Malrang.
Oj, kakva žurka. Ozbiljna žurka.
Or at least for Kc in the middle of the fight. Targmas dashing away, dodges the spear shot. Goes back in and gets another. The junglers absolutely popping.
Jako lepo ta igra.
It's chaos on the top side of the rift. It's ultimately a 3 for 3 as Kalist cleans up the fight and gets a kill for himself. My goodness. Navi being so proactive on the map. Marang and Taiga working together to make stuff happen, but Kc is responding to the aggression in kind, getting some kills back for themselves as well. And we'll look back at the play on the top side. It starts with Navi. A good Pantheon ultimate commits the flash. Vladi has no flash of his own, so he ends up dropping. Marang makes his way to the fray. Now it's a 3 versus 2. They realize, hey, with this numbers advantage, I think we can threaten a dive. But Yike, he plays it so well. He knows that with his Trinity Force, he has more than enough damage to actually turn this play on its head, and he fully commits to Larson. I think Navi just took a little bit too much time. Yike is able to create distance. He gets the double knockup onto Marang, which makes it that much harder for Marang to provide that peel. Yike then, with the assistance of Targamas, could also get this kill onto Malrang. And then, of course, Kalista cleans things up. Now, though, we're back to live as the Herald has started off.
Back to fighting as well. As Tager's trying to join from the side here. Rifto down to 5,000 HP. Hansumdi flashing away from Targamas, who's now on the wrong side of the wall. The quickness will only catch onto Malrang, who does still have the unbreakable will. The ball down for Larson. Shockwave available. Rift held. The eye will sit there. In the end, I don't think Navi will be able to pick.
Koji neće biti uzet. Mislim kao bit će uzet, ali neće biti uzet.
20 seconds on the clock for that eye these days, and KC will defend it well. They did lose the gold from the Rift out, but they'll make sure they don't.
Pazi, ako ništa, ovo je više akcija što smo videli u jedan game Navija nego za cijelu sezonu Roga.
Navi acquiring Rogue spot.
Dobro, to je tačno. I kao respekt za samopouzdanje koje imaju.
To je lepo za vidjeti. Jer stvarno bilo jako teško se gleda Rogue kad god gledamo Let's, tako da ovo je konačno nešto fun. Vidimo Tigera na kameri, lagan. Kana, da, mislim, ne znam, kažem, ja želim da vidim da Junara radi, ne vidim kako i dalje, ali želim da vidim da radi. Na full buildu bi trebalo, ako ništa, mislim.
Available for Tager, but this is the third Drake of the game. It will be sole point for KC if they can find it. Ramring once again peeking his head in, or at least his horns, as he looks for the engage, but Navi are just not here quickly enough. The ball goes down.
Okej, odmah lopta na Marlanga, odmah. Nije ovo baš najpametnije, ali instant input ovo je Tiger. Pretero je. A fora što ja ne vidim, verovatno zato što nisam dovoljno igrao sa Junarom ili nisam dovoljno igrao Junaru, pa ja ne vidim toliki impact Junare, ne vidim joj toliko uglove njene i to, jednostavno nemam kapacitet to da vidim.
Iskreno ja imam jedno 15 gameova na njoj, ja joj ne znam limite još. Jako je čudan hero jer ju ulti resetuje E, smanjuje cooldown na W i onda je baš teško znati ono, znaš, gde su je limiti. Ma koliko sam ja igrao i kao vadi carry sam i sve to stoji, čudan je heroj.
Okej, onda mi je malo lakše, ne osjećam se glupo.
Iako izgleda dosta linearno, kao tada, kao AD carry koji rad pikuje, ali...
Evo, upravo to, meni izgleda linearno.
And then, even if you do manage to do that, it's such a difficult fight to take for Navi if you don't burst someone out immediately. Kalista or Vladdy have to die early on, because otherwise, like Hansumdi has so much he has to avoid. He has so much he has to work around. His Targamas is caught out a little bit here. Looking for the grand entrance knock-up. Tager's going to flash away, anticipating perhaps some follow-up from KC, but they didn't go for it in the end.
A bit of a misplay. He put the shield the wrong direction. Yeah, the Aegis. And he was forced to flash there, which means that KC now finding themselves another small advantage. With the Arakan spawning soon, it's an objective that domestically we've talked a lot about. The teams that usually rush it are the teams that have thrown it. But given that we've had such a long off-season, I'm curious as to how KC will approach this objective, because they're the one with their foot on the pedal right now. They're the ones accelerating the game. They know that they're stronger. 2 items on Kalist, 2 items on Yike. This duo, in and of itself, is already so strong. When you throw Kana into the mix, this immovable wall with 2 tank items finished on his end.
Kana je baš lagan, kako bi sira nikako. Oriana, Liandri, a neće da builda Liandri. Tako da stvarno nisam najsigurniji.
We were kind of saying it a little bit before Tager got caught, but fights are just really difficult for Navi. Like, how are you getting through Kana right now? Who is going to kill this Scion? You don't have a Lord Doms, don't even have a second item on Hansumdi. Larson sitting on a Seraph's. Great, like you get the shield, but that doesn't give you more damage. A good shockwave combination on Kalista and Vladdy might be enough. But then, as you mentioned, Betty, there's still Yike. There's still the Cyclone. There's still the quickness coming out from Targamas. There's still the unstoppable onslaught. From Kana.
Ja moram da refreshujem.
Valjda reći puno zadosti.
Here's the TP from Adam. Kana waiting just around the corner. 6,000 on the
Koga je teško igrati protiv Siona koji je toliko tanky. Phantom ulta. Tiger, lepo tajmovano. Lepa i pozicija, iskreno. Tiger želi objektiv, da. Tiger je malo solo queue playovao. Cijel fight je bukvalno malo Olinovo vladije i onda je sve otišao na objektiv. Ovo je clean ace za KC, ali su izgubili atakan, ali mislim da ih ne zanima.
No, mislim da je
tier 2 top, verovatno su jedno ime.
Targamas with a fantastic engage to set the whole play up. Tega does sneak away the Atakan in the midst of the chaos, but let's look
Hoćemo još jednom.
sitting in the darkness, waiting for the overstep.
Da, on je čekao ultao stilovo, a cijela ekipa, on je bacio je sve cooldownove ovamo kad se okrenuo na Atakana. Ali onda si Pantheon bez cooldownova, a Kana postoji. A je baš turbo free game za Kanu.
That's smelling sweet. That's smelling like petrichor in the morning for you. Incredibly happy with that. Now a 6,500 gold lead. And for Navi, it's a small mercy that they are able to steal away the Atacon. But now they have another objective to fight over. 30 seconds before Cloud Soul here for KC. Where are we in terms of summoners? Well, only Larson and Adam have flashes for Navi. Vladdy has his. No one else on KC currently possesses the ability to blink a short distance with that flash button. But in terms of itemization, it's still a large for KC.
That's the biggest.
Ash kao Junara. Smisli build.
Samo će pivotuje na crit.
Pa da, bukvalno kao ona crit varijanta Ash. Isto će da builda, da? Ash ima isto onu varijantu LDR Infinity. Nakon ovoga.
Tako je.
I mean, take a good look through a steel Grand Starfall in and land the smite, but there's no vision in the pit for him. And he's on the wrong side of dodge right now to go for such a play. KC will secure the soul 22 minutes in, Betty. Rapid ascension towards that 4 Drake mark. And with a 7,000 gold lead, Cloud, Soul, an Infernal, and a Chemtech Drake as well to back them up. It is a very sticky wicket here for Navi.
I like that we are seeing Navi be proactive. I like that they were trying to force things in the early game. They were trying to pick onto KC, and they were just trying to make stuff happen. But KC's objective setup, the way that they've been navigating the fights, has just been better.
Alistair ima lepo mesto u meti, volio bi večno da ostane u meti ako može.
They got themselves 4 kills, but KC has not given them a kill since. And so the moment that they reach this mid-game point,
ne znam, dobar je Alistair. Taman je, nije ono previše.
Pa kad su mu uzeli 7 armora level 1, sad prošli patch, valjda će samo da ostane u meti i fajn sam. Malo su ga oslabili u lane-u, ali već će to da se izniveliš.
Just like their team fight presence, their positioning, the way they execute, and then the Yike follow-up. Vladdy and Kalista, I think, they've just kind of had to do their job of dealing damage.
Stand at the back, hit them.
Exactly. And really all of the setup that has come through from Kana and Targamas has just been spectacular to watch. So fantastic game one from KC. Right now they are definitely in the driver's seat. With the soul secured, Baron will likely be that next point of contention for them as they look to try and close this one out. Navi is going to have to find some miracle or make magic happen in order to turn this game around.
Ne znam, napeto, ne vidim kako se vraćaju. Soul u 20 minuta, Baron za 50 sekundi, mislim da je ovo samo game 1 ko kuća, ali vidjet ćemo.
You are just, it's handbags, right? You're throwing fists at each other, nothing's really sticking, but Kalist, 17,000 damage, 24 minutes into this game. I mean, you can take Larson and Hansom D, add them up, and it's only just 1,000 damage more than Kalist has been able to do on this Xayah. Has self-heal, has been positioning well. It's a very difficult road back now for Navi. Adam trying to get some gold up towards that top side. TP coming out from Vladdy. He's going to try and match the push as they take the tier 2 in the mid lane. Adam backs away, Baron up in 14 seconds.
And so far this game, KC have just been starting objectives on spawn. Looks like they've caught out Adam.
Yeah, he
Adam je
opet van pozicije. Ne igra baš dobar game, iskreno. Kao njega ne bi očekivao ovo jer je najkomfort ovdje posle Larsena.
KC will secure it 25 minutes in. Meanwhile, Navi are trying to get things on the other side of the map. We talk about cross-map play. When you're this far behind, Yeah, there's no real point challenging that Baron, especially without your top laner. See if you can get a tier 2. See if you can get the wave pushed out to make KC's oncoming advance a little bit more difficult.
I mean, I will say, this is a super clean game from KC.
No, KC igra dobro, Navi bar pokušava nešto, tako da ja sam zadovoljan s ovom partijom, iskreno.
Zero indecisiveness. You know, objective spawn, what do? We started. We've got the vision in place. We know if they come, we'll turn and fight. Like, the way that they've played this has been very impressive to see, and it's a great way to start off your split. Of course, there's still the rest of this series to play through. This is, of course, a best of 3. Navi can still turn things around, but for a game 1, KC looking clean here to start off the split.
G2 trola, vidit ćemo, ajde. Prve nedelje ne gledamo uopšte G2, tako da ima i toga.
Targa Max iskreno dobar, ne samo ovaj game, nego generalno mislim da će Targa da... Targa i Alvaro su mi bili najbolji, mada Alvaro malo bolji. Sad me zanima da li će malo na supportu da performa. Jer već se to dešavalo, Marlangu leži roll. Sad me samo zanima da li će vremenom kako se adaptira polako da počne da performa. Mislim da je to način kako je on ranije igrao džunglu i voli taj tempo, voli da perma gankuje, samo ovog puta igra rol koji ne zavisi toliko od XP-a i ne zavisi uopšte od toga da uzme neki gold. Lepo, Targama sa jajka. Kako su dočekali Tigera na odmah nakon ulta. A vrati, ja ne vidim Junanu, znači meni je ono nejasno, znači ništa, kao da nemaju AD carry-a. Treba mi PGL da vidim damage chart, da vidim šta je radilo.
Mislim da činjenica što je pikali ovako rano, znači ćemo vratno da je vidimo još. To je meni znak. Mislim ne u ovoj seriji očigledno, ali kao generalno lecu. Ma da, 27 minuta stomp.
To the drawing board, it seems. KC still 5 members strong as we see Navi respawning and immediately being put 6 feet under demolition here from KC in game.
Ok, izgledalo je prvih 15 minuta kao da Navi ima potencijal, ali nakon toga kad se ih je pregazio i baš je dominantan game broj 1.
Da. Istina.
They had full control over all the objectives. Beautifully done by KC.
It really was. We're going to take a short break. Maybe jump back into the jacuzzi. We'll see you after this.
At this point samo čekamo da vidimo šta imaju u gameu broj 2, da nam pokažu. Šta kažu, koliko će biti pauze? Ili imamo neki info? Uglavnom je 10 minuta, tako da ljudi bez brige, brzo ćemo nazad.
Jedanaest minuta.
Eto. Ljudi, game broj 1 pobedio KC, best of 3 je Fearless, vidimo se Champions Select u game broj 2 nakon pauze.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that, and we can do math, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
you to kill enemy bot 2v2, if possible?
I can't have English targets.
Okay, well...
Down to 200 HP and Unsomni is flashing forward. He's transcended himself and he's looking for his first kill. Finds it. Targum is now locked up. Adam coming in as well.
No flash. I'm coming. I'm fine. Look at Rocks.
H-Rocks, no flash.
No flash, Panzer 2.
I can't hit H-Rocks, okay?
I win 5.
Yeah.
I will kill him. He's cooked.
And welcome back to the Summer Split, week 1, day 1. I'm joined in the jacuzzi by Jack Spectra. How are you doing, Jack?
I'm doing fantastic.
Yeah, so you wanted to talk a bit about the Yunara.
Yeah.
And I'm very curious because we've seen a bit in solo queue and we kind of know what she does.
Yeah.
But can you try and break down for me what her strengths and weaknesses are for pro play?
I mean, the thing with Yunara is she feels a bit like a mix of Seri and Kai'Sa.
Right.
And that she has this like really good mobility, she has the auto resets in her Q, and she has really good chase down, kind of like a Seri. The thing that feels like kind of a weakness is she's missing that burst that Seri and Kai'Sa has. And you kind of saw it in this game, like they had the one really good fight around Grubs, where Yunara could chase them down with her great mobility, but if she doesn't get that long fight going, she doesn't feel great.
We got the ruins on screen and the build right now. It was a Kraken Slayer build. I know you got a bit about the Yuntal and the Kraken Slayer. What do you feel about the two separate builds?
And the interesting thing is like, usually Yuntal has always better win rate because it's just such a good stat stick, but on Yunara, Kraken has quite a bit better win rate. And I think it's just the interactions with their Q, once they spread, all of them count as a Kraken proc. So it just means that when she gets that Kraken Slayer, and if she's fighting in this AoEs, she gets so many procs and so much damage.
So you played it with the solo queue, you've seen it now in the LEC. What's your power ranking of the champion right now?
I'm really not sure. Depends a lot on how pros are able to fulfill her laning phase, I feel like. Because she has much longer range than something like a Kai'Sa does. But if you're losing the lane like they did this game, and you don't get those fights, it doesn't look amazing.
Yeah, she wasn't able to take the win this time around, and we have Law and Finn standing by to break the rest of the game down right now.
Thank you so much, guys. Amazing breakdown. And if you guys at home enjoyed this breakdown, you can spam Jack and GB in chat to get a file of their bath water. Now, focusing on the rest of the game, I want it on that, but like focusing on the game, I know that backstage you were saying that Navi, unlike Rogue, plays super fast, but I'm interested in knowing what you think of this revamped version of Kc. They were really disappointed after Spring.
Yeah, I mean, Kc has been very vocal about their lack of discipline and their patience that they're really trying to work on. And I have a clip that I want to show you guys and really try to explain what I think is a metaphor of Kc's kind of growth as a team. As we can pull that up now in just a little bit. It's gonna be
the Atakan replay, right?
It's the Atakan replay that hopefully we can get up really soon. Here, now you see they are pulling the Atakan towards topside, and now Targamas walks into this bush at 17, and then at 27 he's gonna find this fight, and the fight is being pulled up here, and they know this. This is so well choreographed by Kc, and it's like they started this Atakan, pulling it up towards topside, so the only way that Navi could approach this was via that top lane. And that's exactly where they were ready to pounce, where they were ready to turn, and where they were ready to force a fight to really hammer home this goal lead. Just really smart. I say it again, pulling the Atakan towards top lane is gonna make the fight happen in top lane. It's really important, and I want to see more teams do this, because I think it's really smart what Kc did, and something that I think a lot of teams can learn to apply better.
So channeling the discipline in-game to have the discipline outside the game. And I feel like, especially when you have the aspirations and the ambitions that Kc has, you want to have clean games right off the bat, right off the beginning of summer, especially against a team like Navi.
I mean, this was a statement game, I think, from Kc. The early game was a little bit sketchy. Those grubs, the Yunara looked a little bit scary, but in general, once you hit that 15-minute mark, it just felt like Yike and Targamas, they just knew all the plays that were happening. They knew exactly where to be on the map, and you see this experience, why Kc is seen as a top-tier team. They just have that calm, kind of tempered approach where they just played the map so well. They stacked the dragons, they played the objectives, and that is exactly how the game is being played now globally. It's all about those objectives, and Kc was just way better than Navi at this game.
If you want to focus on the next game and what maybe Kc could be better to have cleaner games and have the the top of the standings game that they aspire to have, right? What would you clean up, especially when it comes to those really early game skirmishes that maybe they missed?
Yeah, I mean, I would love a cleaner early game, as I said, and I would really love them to try to take a page out of Genji's or T1's book, because they are really good at using early game swaps. I think this game they had a great swap angle that they didn't really utilize that well, and I would love them to try to really dictate the tempo better when they have these strong bot lanes and tank top. They had the Sion and they had a strong bot lane. When you have those combinations, using those swaps early game really can propel you into the mid game with a lead instead of having to claw your way back like they did this game.
And taking a step back a bit on the organization and the amount of time that they had prepping for summer. You've been in those situations when you end your season a bit earlier than expected. You have a lot of time to like focus your thoughts and focus on yourself. But where are you going to put the accent usually when you look at KC? How well do you think they utilized the time that they had to bounce back?
I think I can imagine a lot of frustration in KC players, a lot of doubts and a lot of regrets from spring, and I think they just need to show not to themselves but also to their teammates. This is a team of 5 players, and if you want to see change, it's got to start with yourself, but you also got to push your teammates to kind of follow your own lead. And I need all 5 of those players to kind of really show that we're serious about this, because if one guy's slacking and he gets away with it, that can kind of break the entire atmosphere or thing you have going in the team. But it starts with one person and it's finalized with all 5 players.
I see. So refocusing yourself and make sure that you stay a unit. They did it during the first game. I'm curious to see what is going to come in the second game, because again, if you have the standards of KC, you want to take this one clean. They won game 1. Let's see if they can close out the series perfectly clean the way they want to. Casters, over to you for game 2.
It's us. We're here for game 2, ready to see if KC, once again, just finishes it sub 30 minutes. For Navi, there were some good signs at the start of the game. And then after the first 10 minutes or so, kind of all went downhill, Vedi.
Yeah, it was, I mean, quite frankly, I just think that KC had such good control once they entered the mid game that Navi just kind of ran out of options. I never really like things like Pantheon Orianna as a combo, just because I feel like Orianna needs more time to scale and she doesn't spike in the same way that other champions do to better facilitate things like Pantheon. I think like if you want more of a magey type thing, like Ryze gives you a little bit more options just because he has better setup. He can either be used as a tool to set up for the Panth, or the Panth can set up for the Ryze.
I mean, Ari as well would fit into that
is another fantastic one, yeah. So when I think about mages, I think that if Navi wanted to go in the direction of that control mage mid, then I think they should have prioritized things like the Wukong instead.
Well, good news. They can't do it again.
True.
Fearless.
We are moving into game 2, where all of the champions that you saw picked in game 1 will be unavailable. So we're going to be jumping into the draft, and I wouldn't be surprised to see, Gwen banned, the Jace also taken away. We also saw the Vi removed in the last game. We saw Varus taken off the boards.
Azir, Darius.
Azir and the Darius. I don't know if Darius is going to be banned.
I think it won't, because KC have had to invest a ban into Gwen. Because they're on the blue side this time. Navi decided to go onto the red side. There is still the possibility of them banning away the Darius, because Navi now have to ban away the Varus, otherwise you get a Varus first pick. Poppy though
suggests they want Vi. Normally that puts pressure on Navi to have to ban the Vi away, which, I mean, it's, when we think about the strength of blue side, this is one of their strengths, is that you can kind of push the enemy into specific bans. But if you're not worried about it, then you don't have to ban it, but it seems like that they are. So they're going to ban away the Vi. That is going to be taken away.
Evo nas nazad, game broj 2.
They could look to prioritize Varus.
Samo da otvorim šlepo ovdje mogu da vidim.
Odlično, odlično. You have to remember that Kana, I mean,
šta očekujemo, Rale? Očekujemo 2-0, očekujemo Navi da se vrati.
Does some serious damage.
Možemo reći da očekujemo da... Ne, očekujemo 2-0, ali očekujemo da Navi nastavi da pruža otpor. Ne bih volao da vidim niti previše sporo, niti nešto loše. Tako da... Ja se nadam da... ekipa Navija ulazi sa pozitivnim mindsetom. A mislim da i svi ljudi vole kada dođe nova orga. Iako Navi je nova stara orga u lecu, ali svakako biće fun.
Here into the LEC. Currently, Illusion is the hover. I sincerely doubt it will be Illusion first.
Evo ga, Ryze vladio odmah. Nema niski je.
To je dobro, to je dobro. Inače, pauziraj, ostavit ćemo kako uđemo u game. Mislim tipa 2-3 sekunde si ahead. Tako da, reću ti kad uđemo u game pa ćemo da imamo kakva je situacija.
To, kad budemo imali timer.
10th place a couple of times and thus hasn't played as much league as some of the other players in our league, but he probably knows that you can't play something that was played in the last game. They did have a Mel in game 1 as well, which is globally disabled right now, I believe.
Tako je, Adame, Loki, ajde.
They are going to go for
Jeste, Rago, Navi je uzeo slot od Roga.
For Malrang, gives you great engage potential and obviously has that clone as well to get you so much extra vision across the map.
Does mean that Hansamdi is likely looking for an aggressive AD carry to pair it up alongside it. Kalista would make sense, but...
After MSI, are we allowed to talk about Kalista? Is it not still banned?
Yeah, it is something to keep your eyes on for sure. Jarvan coming in early from Taiga. I do like it into champions that don't have dashes, but it's very early in the draft. Yike, hovering the Kazakhs can be a very good matchup.
Bilo bi dobro da uzme neki carry pick, Viego mi se dopada. Talon je tu mač. Sorry ako ti spoilujem, ajde neću da vrati baš heroje.
Sve okej, sve okej.
Da, ovo je najviše ima smisla.
Sin je okej, da. Tiger je lepo igrao Pantheonom, a da Pantheon je trenutno najjači jungler, tako da mislim da nakon toga da ne budemo ono negativan, ali bi samo trebalo nizbrdo da ide. Tako da vidjet ćemo.
It would make sense.
It's a bit AP heavy with the Ryze and the Rumble top side, but you have an AD jungler.
Ne znam, meni se Ryze Rumble baš ne sviđa, ali okej.
Does give Navi and Adam specifically
to donekle sa razlogom mogu da kažem.
Instead, the Ezreal, something safe for Kalist. We've seen him pop off on it, specifically against G2 last split, where he managed to thread the needle and get that kill on Hansama. So he is very comfortable on this champion overall. Navi, I mean, do you go for your mid laner or do you just go AD carry? Kai'Sa, a common answer into the Ezreal. Her ability to follow him with the killer instinct when he tries to dash away is something we have seen used.
Dobro, ponovo neki dive comp, neka varijantica.
But also just synergizes nicely with the dive that Navi is
starting to construct.
This is where a control mage would make a ton of sense for Larsen, and it looks like
mislim, ovo će očigledno biti partija koja se završava u mid gameu svakako.
I think it just fits this composition very well. Thinking about other potential mages, Annie is something they could be worried about. Aurora is another one on the side of KC. You just kind of want that AoE, AP damage threat follow-up not to really be there. KC could also be concerned about Rumble themselves. Adam, he's not really known for his Rumble, but he's no stranger to the champion either.
But it's also, do you pick Rumble on...
Rumble ne bi volio da vidim nikako. Pričaju kolege o njemu, ali nije pick koji bi volao.
It's a few different options. Garen is the final ban away by KC alongside the Karma, Leona and the Victor in this second phase. So, Navi would make the most sense to pick your mid laner here. You already know the enemy mid, assuming obviously that Ryze is going to go towards the mid lane.
I would agree with you. The question is, what mid are they thinking? We mentioned things like the Annie. I don't...
Karen ban, šta hoće da igra Kana, mene zanima.
Okay, Yone locked in.
That is not a champion I normally associate with Larsen.
I will 100% agree with that.
Alada mi igra Yona.
I mean, I'm excited to see him pilot the champ. In the early laning phase,
mislim, zna da ga igra ga je ranije.
They need a little bit more AP threat. I mean, of course, Kai'Sa will be dishing out some AP damage herself. But I imagine they'll want a little bit more.
Larsen has played Yone twice in his career, has won.
Da, okej, Xanti, ima smisla su banovali Garena.
Twice in his career.
Yes, look, Eddie, I'm 100% on board with you. Played it both times with this year. The win was against Vitality, the loss was against Heretics. Kasante locked in for KC, so I mean, he kind of deals with a Rumble in the top lane if he needs to, and that's, to me at least, where Navi are looking, getting some AP from that top side. Rumble would make a lot of sense. Targum is currently looking towards the Bard. I do like Nautilus more. Good engage, really solid at stopping the Kai'Sa and stopping the Nico as well when she tries to go for those engages.
I also just think hook champions into squishier supports just makes a ton of sense in my mind. It's a decent setup for Xin and the bot side. Gank potential. Now Adam, he had Rending of Gods a few years ago, which was his Garen.
Malo su AD heavy Kai'Sa, ako padne behind neće imati magic damage, ali...
That was the last one. So the hover... Ooh, no, we're going to get Cho'Gath.
Hey guys, we could have Garen, Olaf, Darius all set. No!
Znamo kako can't lose, jel tako? Ili can't die, can't lose.
Can't lose, da, can't lose. Ali na Naviju, ne znam da li se prokuje ta pasivna kad je na Naviju. To je problem jedini.
O, pa nije rogue, a moraš da... Znači, ne možeš tako da kasuješ, mislim da radiš početake. Moraš da zaboraviš njihovu ružnu prošlost, da okreneš novi list, da zakopaš ratne sekire. Znači, moraš.
Neke stvari ne mogu da se operu, Rale, samo ću to ti kažem. Neke stvari ne mogu da se operu. Kao činjenica da je ovo rogue u Navi dresu.
Okej.
Znaš, ako uzmeš sunđer i istrljaš dovoljno logo Navija, piše rogue ispod. Samo da znaš, nemaš da se opere.
Okej. Pošto.
Under this beautiful Berlin sunlight that we are not exposed to because it's studio lights here and there's no sunroof. But you can imagine that it's sunny.
Kolege kasteri su smešni.
Da, tako mi ponekad. Ajmo vidjeti šta ko. Dobro, odlično. Ref do something. Jadan sudija. Nije sudija kriv.
It's the only way Navi survived more than another third.
You wrapped up now.
I mean, they're definitely not the favorites coming into this matchup.
Jesi još šta piše?
Šta piše?
F niski. Ali puno piše, ne piše F, piše bukvalno sva 4 slova.
Wow.
Damn, to je toksik. To je već toksik, to ne podržavamo. To ne podržavamo. Još su napisali welcome i onda su prežvrljali i onda su napisali F. Da izbiti u kamermana.
Kako priča kolega.
So, I like to see Jarvans try and gank as much as they can in the early game.
Oh, 100%. You need level 2 to be able to enact a successful gank. Flag and drag, a combination as old as time. Malrang back in the jungle. He's picked up the Jarvan. Early doors here.
Yeah, you said that Jarvan not support. Wow. Who's the fool now?
I was gonna say in draft, Nico flex mid, Jarvan support, pick something else for Tego.
Jarvan support skroz realna stvar.
Would have given them more AP topside as well.
You know, completely off topic, but I
watched
the short the other day, and Ezreal, as his battle academia skin, he has, if you like press control 1, he just screams. And I watched a Baus clip of him just playing it, where he went bot lane and he just kept spamming control 1, and it's just Ezreal just screaming.
Just mind games, man. Just mind games.
And I didn't know that was a thing, but it was definitely a fun find. Hook connects.
Timer, sajna, 1.55. 1.56.
Jedna sekunda si iza, bukvalno jedna sekunda.
Iza ili ispred?
Ispred mene si, izvijeni, ispred mene si.
Ok, prešao nam.
Relic Shield, sorry, a World Atlas stack for Targamas available. There's the 2, flash forward from Targamas. Hunsumdi's gonna have to flash away.
Opa! Targamas kalista pola gasa. Sa pola gasa.
We heard in the voice comms that Yike asked Kalis to get a 2v2 kill on the bot. He didn't get it game 1, but in game 2, he delivers. Nice play from the KC duo as they find themselves first blood.
Just a bit aggressive as well from Hunsumdi and from Malrang, looking for that level 2, forcing even after they had to burn both their summoners early doors. It's very easy at that point for KC to say, well, Tongueless gain bush control, land a hook. If you don't flash and auto attack, we're going to get summoners out of them anyway. Hunsumdi will come back into the lane, only 1 minion behind, but 300 gold in the hole because of that first blood. Over to Kalist, who already has a tier on Ezreal.
Ovo je malo dumt, ne bi smeli tako rano dobio lead, pogotovo ne u double range matchupu.
Both junglers have decided to do full clears. They're going to be pathing towards the bot side of the map. And the problem for Tiger, he's not really going to have any prio to play with, so he will need to path back towards the top side. There is also this small ward that will likely spot him out, but he will be arriving on the bot lane first, and he's going to run straight into Yike.
Both of them running the Conqueror. Another hook connects this time onto...
Ovo nemoguće, pa ovo ne sme.
Ajo.
Ovo je ilegalno.
Da, ovo je samo dunt. Ovo u petovo ne sme se dogoditi. Da, gotovo je, bukvalno je gotovo.
Ali sad ljudi, možda mislite da preterujemo, ali stvarno ne smete da umrete. No, ovo u solo queue jačom lobiju, ne sme se desiti.
It was an easy hook to connect. And KC, they are just dominating. I mean, we're not even 4 minutes in, and they've accrued a 1.5k gold lead.
Adam struggling in the 1v1 matchup on the top side as well. I mean, there's a reason that we talked about Kalista Ezreal in the draft.
Mislim, Kalista ima smisla u Navijev komp, ali... Nas. Kana. Lepo. On je out.
Don't even get the flash. Things are not going the way of Navi here in the early game. Targamas going to make his presence known in the mid lane as Vladdy likely looking for a base. He hasn't spent any money yet. But my goodness. I knew that Kc had been putting a lot of effort in the off-season, but start your season like this with nothing but domination. Kc looking to really make a statement.
Još jedan huk. Ne, ali ilegalno je da pogađa toliko hukova.
$600 gold lead, double longsword tier and a Doran's blade.
Did you just say gnarly?
Yeah, gnarly for Navi.
Were you surfing?
No, you know gnarly. Yeah, fried chicken, gnarly.
Ništa ja ne razumem mog kolegu komentatora.
Čudni su malo, ali nema veze. Zabavljaju se bar.
Oh my goodness. Alright, well, clearly someone's up to date on their pop culture.
Hey, I talked to Laura Napier, apparently it's like 3 months ago.
It is actually, you're quite...
old. I need to jump. If I'm jumping, then I'm happy.
Okay, another reference. Anyway, Dragon is...
You're going to bring us back to the game now?
Yes, I will, desperately.
Ka-chow! Look, guys, Kc are 2,000 gold ahead at 6 minutes into the game. It's going to be one of those.
It's going to be one of those.
There are opportunities for them to do it. They scale really well, right? A Yone and a Kai'Sa, good Nico pop blossoms later on in the game. Could be difficult for Kc to navigate. On Sunday coming up towards the top side, it's just going to walk into this lane. Again, it's the early swap to get out of the lane that is absolutely destroying you. And Hansumdi will try and get himself as much farm as possible. Interested if Kalista goes to top, grubs are up in a minute 30, so most likely he will.
I was about to say, the only thing that Hansumdi needs to be careful of is that is a level 6 Cassante, and he is alone in that lane. But Kana is showing him respect. He doesn't have full information as to where everyone is on the map, so he is just going to play it safe. He's going to go back to base. And Kalist throwing up the sad beat as he's making his way up towards top lane to catch that wave. But everything going the way of Kc in this early game.
Nema, mislim, što kažeš, pričamo o tome, ali ono, solo killovi, 2 na 2 killovi, dogode se baš redko na botu, ajde malo češće nego na ostalim lanovima, rekao bi, ali baš 2 put za redom je doomed. Jer ti kada daš jednom Kalistu ovakav lead, pogotovo na heroju koji su tom proliju biće insane, samo mogu samo da rotiraju po mapi i da forsiraju fightove svugdje. Prsti su i njihovi kasteri, sviđa mi se. Sviđa mi se. Znaš da kad čuješ od zvaničnog Let's Castera da je to to.
I see. No, I can relate to that. Very much so.
What sounds annoy you, Betty?
Oh, we don't need to get into the specifics.
Okay. Have you heard of yes anding?
Oh, I have. I have. And?
You do need to say...
Jeste, uzi, ali ovaj split, da, ovaj split je malo drugačije. To jest, zadržali su im roster.
He's getting a nice tempo advantage.
Oh, very true.
As Kana's forced to catch the wave. Adam is already making...
Ideja im je da ponovimo, ovo sam već rekao u početku programa, ideja im je da ovaj poslednji split ove godine testiraju malo, naviknu se, vide šta i kako, i onda od narednog splita da naprave posao. Odnosno da urade to kako treba. Kako oni misle treba.
Right now, it's still a 2,000 gold lead. All of the neutral objectives in the early game going over to Kc. They even have a petal and Navi have none. That's a whole 5 extra gold worth of adaptive force and XP that they have managed to pick up in this early game. For Kc, I think from this point on, it's about cleanliness. You know, it's about making sure you're not making mistakes, you're playing well around the objectives, which they did in game 1 apart from the grubs. you're not giving Navi any opportunity, no windows to find a way back into this game. And they should be able to do it. They have good pushing lanes, they have power where they need to have power, especially in this Ezreal. It's going to be really hard to lock down the enemy carries. The Rise is a little bit easier, but obviously Kalist, very hard for you to actually catch on to.
Vlad je ovdje možda bude forsirao nešto od Larsena, ovo je jako lepo ovdje. Ok, tu je Tiger, mislim da Vladi zna, da. Imao je Ward.
Good room, Prison fighting, hitting the overload around the minions there as well. Bending the bullets. And currently Navi found wanting as Malrang tries to cover here. Targamas is going to land a hook. Yeti coming in from the side as well.
Kar ga lepo ovdje abuzuje, maksimalno koliko može, bukvalno.
Meanwhile in the mid lane, Kalist continues to hit the mystic shots.
To je ono što ja gotivim generalno.
Just to avoid another Q hitting his back.
The pressure is simply relentless from KC. On the top side, Kana is happy to just play weak sides, catch the waves, not do anything overzealous. Meanwhile, mid is being pushed in by Kalist. He's going to get himself a plate. On the bot side of the map, the exact same thing is happening. And a 1.2k gold advantage for Kalist. You have to imagine he's so close to the Trinity Force. You'll want to grab that ahead of the dragon spawning in about 1 minute and 10 seconds.
I almost accidentally brought up a Poby graphic. I was trying. We have some new tools, and I have to press buttons, but my fat fingers clicked on Poby instead of on.
A oni puštaju I ove grafike.
Ezreal has had a whale of a time this year.
Mislim da sad puštaju sve.
High CS a minute, massive damage.
To je baš cool.
Obviously, these stats are on
Zapravo jako cool.
in the or Ezreal games, I think, in the LEC, but he is well known for this champion for a reason. As he continues to impress here in Game 2 of Summer, and for Navi. Backs against the rope. Next Drake up in 30 seconds. Maybe that's an opportunity to fight. First item only complete on Kalist. He does have a Triforce, but Taker has a Sundered Sky. So if you're going to find a window, perhaps this is it. Perhaps this is your opportunity to force the tempo.
Problem is, Larson did use his ult just there, which means that that is a pretty valuable ability that won't be available in the upcoming fights.
Yeah.
A mislim da Tiger kao, mislim ljudi Tiger... Problem je što nisu oni nužno imali od koga da biraju. Imali su jako malo igrača koji su stvarno mogli izvoziti.
Da.
Nije...
To je tačno. Jako je teško naći igrača krajem godine već. Jer većina ozbiljnih igrača je od početka godine u rosterima, to je problem.
I sajnovani su uvek do kraja godine. I onda im je buyout nešto bolesno. Kad kažem bolesno, tipa buyout LFL ekipama je u... šta?
Misliš da možeš da budeš brojku?
Pa ne, ali mogu da dam otprilike, ono, ne mogu da... Ali tipa buyout u LFL ekipama je otprilike oko 100.000 evra pa plus. I ti trebaš da platiš 100.000 evra plus na flip MA igrača. Kao to samo nije...
Da ti dođe za taj jedan split.
Tako je.
Mislim, potpišeš ti ugovor za dalje, ali plaćaš to samo zato što ga hoćeš na 3 meseca. Realno.
Znaš, mislim da je nešto kao Pobi je malo realnije jer kao testiran je u LCK Challengersu. I kao...
Pa kao čak i da daš pare na Pobija, it's fine, ono.
Da, to ti kažem, znaš, on je tamo baš testiran. Znaš, a ti flipaš iz EME koja god je liga, to i dalje preveliki flip, daješ previše para, tako da jedino što možda uzmeš je nekoga ko nije lokovan pod ugovorom da ga dobiješ za džabe, platiš ga ti 5 soma mesečno minimum, kao i svakog ostalog rukija, i to je to, mislim, nema šta. Pobi će biti loš, pa danas gledamo, vidjet ćemo. Sljedeća serija je Pobi. Isto, navijam za Kc iz mnogo razloga, ali jedan od razloga je da što pre vidimo Pobija. Baš me zanima.
Ljudi, znate vi koliko se dugo nije dogodilo ovako nešto, da... Pobi je ozbiljan igrač, mislim, to mora da se zna. Znači, ljudi, Pobi nije neki tamo randomac.
I can't read. Who gave you that impression? For now, though, KC is still just constantly pushing in these waves. Riptoad's up at a minute 30. They're playing around that. Realm Warp out by Vladdy. He'll step back into it.
Navi se trudi. Bože, Navi se trudi, ali...
Immediately knows he can step back in. Good side step there on the Q3 from Larson. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, like the idea here from Navi is, okay, we're losing everywhere on the map. If we over-invest on one side, maybe we can find a pick. But Casey, aware to it. Vladdy, aware to it. Just steps out, realm walks away. You could have looked for Kalist in the mid lane, but he always has the arcane shift. Who are you going to kill? Who are you going to kill, Navi? It is
Pobi je mid laner koji igra u T1 akademiji, igrao je sa Recklessom kad je Reckless bio tamo i generalno imao dosta, ja bih rekao onako jako je toplo hladno bio, ali kad je bio toplo bilo je baš lepo, toplo.
Kada je Faker imao, zar nije on igrao umjesto Fakera i onda kad je on imao neki problem? Mislim da on ima i LCK game-ove.
Ja mislim da da, ali ako je to tad kad ja mislim da jeste, to je malo hladniji period pobjede.
Pa dobro da, ali mislim ipak je LCK nije...
A, true, pravo si.
Hladniji period je zato što je glavni igrač ekipe otišao i zamenio ga klinac koji prvi put igra, to je logično.
Fair.
Kao T1, bilo ko da umjesto Fakera dođe, to je druga ekipa. Malrang, okej, fajn. Lepo. I Han sam D. Koliko dobar pokušaj Kalista. E sad Kalisti i Vladi imaju punu slobodu. Bravo.
Answer the play and we'll start up the Rift Home.
Ends up being a 2 for 2 though, and considering Navi's position, that's not the end of the world. But the initiation looked a little bit half-hearted. You'll see Taiga coming in from the flank. Larson ready to follow up from his ultimate, but he's still quite far away. Taiga almost immediately flashes out, and Yeti says, you know what, let's just re-engage.
Mnogo damage Xin radi.
To isolate Taiga, which Kalist then picks up. The response from Malrang is strong though, as they get the 2-man ulti coming through from Larson with the double knocked up from Adam's Q. But then in the extended play with the arrival of Kana, Kc are able to win out on the extended fight. They do still have the gold lead and they pick themselves up another.
Little tempo S koji bije Čogata izgleda kao jako wet noodle fight. Ali Ezreal je taj koji ima taj wet noodle.
Expect to see the Rift Hold used in mid after bot push comes out. Get the charge in, force Navi to react. And then they have to deal with the fact you are stacking these Drakes 16.5 minutes in, and we're only 30 seconds away from the third dragon of the game for KC. They have a game plan. It's worked a lot for a lot of teams over MSI over the last few months as they continue to look for it.
Kana mora da pazi, Kana hoće, ma da, ovo je kill. Neverovatno. I ovo je kill s pola gasa, gledajte njega.
Da.
He's bringing TFT to the Rift here. This is an all-out Cassante.
Nice play from Kana as he finds himself a solo kill. The ulti gets dropped onto Malrang. And he's gonna fall.
I još jednom Malrang. Mislim, ovo baš ne sme ovako da izgleda.
Ja ti kažem, meni ono što je krivo, je što ja mislim da će Tiger igrati ovaj split i više nikad u životu neće igrati Lights. Jer to je ono što...
Mislim što su rekli Velji da ne radi.
Da. Baš me zanima, znaš da cijelu priču sad oko Overworldsa i EME?
Ne.
Finale EME je zakazano isto kad se igra Worlds.
Kako to?
Ne znam, 2. novembar je zakazano finale EME, a tad se igra Worlds. I Kadriel mislim da je rekao da ako to bude, postoji šansa da Los Atones neće igrati, da neće igrati EMEA Masters ove godine.
Zašto?
Zašto im je bolji content skrimovi protiv Koreje nego još jednom pobediti EMEA Masters.
Jel to sme uopšte?
Kako misliš?
Pa da se ekipa kvalifikuje za EMEA Masters i da neće da ga igra.
Pa mogu samo da se ne kvalifikuju.
Da, ali to je opet rigovanje, zar ne?
Pa mogu da predaju mečeve, mislim šta, ne moraju li da izgube, mogu da ne igraju. Kaznit će ih liga sa 250 evra manje price poola, mislim će Los Atones da preživi, mislim da mogu samo da ne žele da igraju, to je legitimno skroz, ne može niko da ih natera da igraju ako neće.
Moguće.
A opet oni su content ekipa, mislim da put u Koreju i skrimovanje sa Worlds ekipama, da, show mečevi i sve te ludice.
To sigurno ima priču. Ne zamerite ljudi što ne pričamo preterano mnogo o gameu jer se vidi da Navi se trudi, ali kad se radi sve apsolutno školski. uzimaju fajtove koji im trebaju. Snowball AD carry sa najboljim snowball supportom su dobili 3 kila do levela 4, tako da jednostavno nemamo mnogo šta da dodamo dalje.
Kc will take the next tier 2. 5 towers to 1, 6,000.
A nisi mi rekao kako si rešio problem koji si imao?
Sredio sam feed sa casterima da mi dolazi preko SRT-a.
Kako si dobio to? Sve, našao si ga.
Iskopao sam negde, da.
Je, bravo.
Hvala. Ali da, ja se slažem s Kedrilom, mislim, problem je što Los Ratones je stream team i njima treba content. I oni moraju da nalaze način da svaki sezone, svaki split naprave nov hype. Što kaže Beko, ako odoneme izgube, pada im hype. Ako igraju pobede, koga bole uvo, već su dobili 2 put. Tako da oni moraju sada dižu lestvicu konstantno. Jer kad god radiš jedno te isto, hype će opadati i ljude će smoriti. To je samo činjenica. Los Ratones sledeće godine, ako ne urade ništa, hype će im opasti za pola. A to utiče i na Kedrilane i na sve igrače. Jer sve je to jako brzo dođe i prođe.
Sve se zasniva na hype-u, mislim.
Da.
Because you take the other card, you get the flowers.
No, I know, but I mean, how can you not click the flowers when they're there, medic? Like,
oh, tempo, ready, tempo. On somebody having to flash, we'll get to safety.
Samdi, mnogo mi smiješno. Rise burst.
Što Rise u trenutnoj meti kad dobije lead, ne prsta ni iš.
Buši ih.
Yeah, but Navi are on the wrong side of their own side of the rift, Eddie. Oh my goodness. They need a merry-go-round or a roundabout or something.
Wrong side of their own side of the rift? Ma ne da jajk.
That is ready, 100% correct. Your genius knows no bounds as Larson is chased out and will be slain by Kc. Yike gets his second.
Koliko je opasan Kc, to je neverovatno. Mislim, nismo ni očekivali od Navija nešto preterano, ali kao, ajde.
Kc continue to find pick after pick, and they are just having fun with it now. They're stealing away what they can. Adam, I mean, maybe he can steal away the reds.
That's a blue.
That is a blue. I don't know why I said red.
Nor do I, I'll be honest. But
45 seconds.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it, Betty? Kc, 32 petals to 10, 3 dragons to 0, 3 grubs to 0, 7,000 gold ahead, 10 kills to 3, 6 towers to 1, and a soul on the horizon. Mountain soul as well, which makes it even harder for Navi to have any effectual damage. And they're not even getting their jungle. Like, it's just leads across the board.
Ovo je pobivati igru.
Pobivati igru.
In modern League of Legends, you could argue in the past, maybe you shouldn't give up a tower as the true shot watch comes down onto Hansam-D. Vladdy with the stopwatch.
Lepo. Koliko damage radi Kalist.
They lose one.
Jo.
Arcane shifting forward, dashing away as well from Taiga, who looks for the re-engage 4v4 Navi, maybe have a chance. But it looks like they just want to retreat. Kalist, still pretty much untouched, has a blue buff in his pocket, just in case he was ever at risk of running out of mana. The Drake will be begun by Yike. Rupture going down onto Kana, who still has the all-out and his flash. And I think really Kc are just delaying to make sure they get this soul.
I mean, at the very least, Navi do get an effective pick.
Kana, njega ne mogu da pick-offuju nikako. Adam flash instant. I to je to. Ovdje se siluje game. Pogledajte Xantea, šta je ovo? Njega ne zanima ništa. Ma da. Flash, bravo! Džabe Hansam-D. Džabe, samo su ti stisli.
Lepo, boga mi, ozbiljan Kc.
Evo šta, lepo igra KC,
with the TP committed as well from Kana. Mid is being pushed by Vladdy. The base is falling apart and the back.
Ne, znam, uz ja mislim da cijel Split se neću navići da Kastri govori Hansam D. Ali...
Vjerojatno će nam preći u naviku u jednom momentu.
Otvario, Larsen ide defa mid. Defa mid čovjek.
Ja, ovo je bukvalno... Samo čekaju da ih završi protivnik.
Da. Nema šta, pada.
Velika šteta, kažem, i za Hansam Dija i za Adama što im debi bivaju ovako, za Adama, možda ta igra, što im debi bivaju ovako.
Da, slažem se.
Ojoj, Madran. Kakav je to engage, pa nije bilo ni blizu.
Ne.
Ja sam bukvalno čekao kad će flasha i onda vidim, pogledam, nema flash.
But now the follow-up from KC continues to ring true. Kalist has no threat on him. He'll go legendary 8-0.
Vrlo laka egzekucija od strane KC-a ove draftu, vrlo lako.
Mislim, draftovali su
mislim Kalist je dobio takav lead da je... Pogledajte ga kako igra. 9 killova za 25 minuta.
50 minuta... 50 minuta, 2 gema. Ako završi game ovdje, mogli bi, stvarno bilo bi okej. Jao, Xante u TFT, znaš kako je fun. Jao. Ima all out formu. I onda samo carry-a, samo Q i basic i sve lomi.
Ajde ljudi, završite game, molim vas.
Pokušava targama se, ali... Jo.
Ne znam zašto ovo rade. Ovo je potpuno nepotrebno bilo.
Dobro, prelepo svakako. Stomp je stomp. We take those.
Apsolutno we take those, ali... Nisu morali... Nisu morali ovako, svakako, kao što je rekao Sajna, 2 gema 50 minuta, 2-0 KC, Navi nije se proslavio, nismo ni očekivali da se proslave. Naredni game gledamo Fnatic, gde dečko iz Tivanove akademije menja humanoida, gledat ćemo pobija na midu i više nego se radujemo da to pogledamo. Ovo su pobednici ove best of 3 serije, naredno također best of 3, Fearless, sve znate. Pauza možda malo veća, možda 15 minuta između 2 serije, ali van toga. Tu smo vrlo ubrzo, jel tako kolega?
Apsolutno je Rale sve rekao, idemo na pauzu, 15 minuta i vraćamo se sa serijom broj 2.
It was just very clean the moment they got a lead. For me, what I liked the most was just the way that they forced the objectives and knew when they were stronger. Very well played by KC.
Really high tempo games here from KC. We're going to take a short break afterwards. Vladdy will be standing by to answer some questions about how KC have been performing. Well is the answer.
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
Red Bull gives you wings.
everybody, it's Dracos hanging out with Vladdy in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game checkout, keeping things casual, as it were. I wanted to get to the hot tub. Somebody said no, rightfully so, because I don't think you have a change of clothes. Vladdy, super dominant game one. What were the kind of expectations coming in today? Did you have something to prove, or did you kind of expect this to be a slam dunk?
I mean, it was kind of expected, I have to say, because I mean, we didn't really scream them, but they didn't change that much since the last split. So yeah, I guess we just kind of expected the result.
Sweet. That means I can ask questions about all this other stuff that's going on, and I think there's a lot of people who want to kind of understand. But first, I'd like to get your perspective. Obviously, winter, incredible split for you. Spring, close, but not enough. Now we're coming into summer. How do you reflect on kind of the difference in performance that KC showed between winter and spring?
I mean, I think one of the issues in spring was that we were a bit too cocky, I think, in practice, in official, in what we said in the interviews. So I think we realized it. I think we got hit with the reality check, and right now we are just very humble, let's say, and we are working very hard to fix what went wrong in spring.
How do you feel like, do you feel like you were a part of that problem? How did you feel in spring? Do you feel like when you look back, you saw yourself as maybe being someone who was a little bit too cocky?
I mean, I'm not sure if I was cocky. I think I was okay, but I mean, I was definitely part of the issue that we just didn't play well. I think all of us just didn't play as we played in winter. Like, for example, me, I think my performance was the best compared to winter in spring. So yeah, I mean, we're just trying our best now. Not like we didn't in spring, but we are just being humble and, yeah, trying to win.
So now there's a lot of changes for you, right? Not only is it summer, obviously Worlds is a lot on the line there, but also you've got Niski behind you. And I know you've also been spending a ton of time on solo queue. You're almost going to break the all-time LP record in Challenger. So it seems like you're super fired up. Talking about a little bit about your motivation in summer, how is it having someone behind you? What is it like grinding so much solo queue? How are you feeling about this overall?
I mean, Niski is not here to help me, I have to say. He's just here. But,
Vitality could say the same thing, I've heard.
Yeah. But in terms of solo queue, I mean, I'm just playing like I was in the previous splits. I mean, I'm just locked in when I play every game, and yeah, I don't think it's a big achievement reaching rank 1, because there is a difference between solo queue and competitive. Like, you need to be vocal, you need to think more in competitive, so I don't think it really matters.
Yeah. So for you personally, like, what's your goal this season for yourself as an individual? Is it like beat everybody in lane? Is it be undisputed #1? Is it just make it to Worlds? Like, what is your #1 focus personally?
I mean, personally is to, yeah, I think show up better in the lane. I think I wasn't the best in the last 2 splits, even though we won winter split. And then, yeah, obviously reaching Worlds is one of my goals, but I think the top one is once again winning the LEC and being on top.
All right, one step at a time. You took down Navi today. Of course, congratulations to our key player of the series. It was Kalist, so good stuff overall. But as you mentioned, pretty dominant series from KC. Probably could have been anyone. In the meantime, we're going to get ready for our next series, so thank you, Vladdy, so much for taking the time as we get introduced to Poby ahead of Fnatic versus Team Heretics. Taking a long time to die. That's a lot of ultimates, but it looks like Connor will fall. No healing, so damn much! He's just unkillable. Vladdy, the pushback knocks him into the team, but again, it does not matter. The Azir is just ready to style. Upset, running for his life. And these are the final moments of Fnatic in spring. KC, complete dominance. Fnatic, a prestigious org that is struggling.
They will have to bring something of themselves that they didn't do before. And if not, I am very happy to sell them to, like, I don't know, SK or BDS. Then they can earn their paycheck and they can be mediocre.
But sometimes, in the darkness of despair, a light will find you. Sometimes you don't need a king or a demon. Sometimes you don't need to be immortal. And sometimes, when the greatest fall, the rest rise up. Not all roads lead to him.
That's AC.
But Fnatic's did.
어떤 길은 저를 통합니다.
Not all roads lead to him, but the roads led him to LEC here in Berlin. Poby is about to make his debut with Fnatic. And if you guys are not familiar with the player or with the meme, GB, can you maybe talk us through Fnatic's offseason? Because it was the most Fnatic offseason out of them all.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic came off a huge disappointment in spring. Every player wanted more from that roster, and Grab started saying it, you know. No one was safe, right? They're looking at every single opportunity, and then, like, economically speaking, but also what makes sense for the team. That's not what I'm talking about. Hold on. That's not the one. Next one.
Oh my God.
Next one. Can we take it to the Poby announcement tweet? Because in that video, I really highly recommend watching the Fnatic announcement video, because they go over some of the decision making that they have. Poby came to save the LEC, but he also came to save Fnatic's mid to late game, and I'm curious to see how that's going to work out. I've already shot some content with him. His English is surprisingly good, and the vibes has been really good with Fnatic. I'm curious to see if that translates to gameplay. Yeah, and that's what you wanna wonder when it comes to like changing players at the beginning, at the middle of the season. Rather, you wanna bring motivation, you wanna bring a new energy around this team, I feel.
I mean, I think it was clear to see that Humanoid and Razor was not working out anymore. They've tried it so many years back to back, and it's just, they weren't improving together. So I think a breath of fresh air for Fnatic is greatly needed, but at the same time, it's not the unkillable Demon King. It's very killable, this Demon King. So we'll see how it goes.
But a Demon King nonetheless. Definitely one of the kings, and I am a little bit concerned, because I remember Fnatic has been saying for many, many years how Humanoid was a mid-game savant, he was the macro genius in the mid-game, and now to bench him and then say that they need to fix their mid-game, I feel like it's a little bit of hypocrisy, and I really need to see results from Poby to kind of, before I buy into it, you know, because I want to believe in Poby as much as anyone, but I need to see him play first before I'm really bought in.
I mean, I do agree with Finn. Like, Poby's level of gameplay, it's not like you're thinking next Faker, right? And not like, no pun intended, but like coming in to surpass Humanoid here, I can understand why you feel the way that you're saying it, but I also remember last split, Grabs was talking about sometimes that in the mid to late game they turned off comps and sometimes it worked out better. Like, I'm not saying that this is going to fix them. I have the same kind of worries that you do, but sometimes having a lesser voice in here and bringing someone in who has a lot of motivation, that can give you that honeymoon space, that can give you a different building block.
I mean, I think one key word for me is just work ethic. I think Poby should bring that work ethic that Fnatic really needs. I heard their practice was absolutely abysmal, and the thing is, to have a great team with a good work ethic, you only need one player that's not putting in the work to break that and ruin the motivation for everybody. So now, with Poby, I think if he can bring that already, that makes Fnatic so much better.
Do you guys have any quick reactions on Heretics, GB? I know that you were excited to see them today. They exceeded expectations. Can they do it again this split and with this format?
Fnatic has let us down in the first couple games in the split before, and Team Heretics, as I already said, like, they always defy expectations. Like, they're a team that you don't think they're going to make playoffs, you don't think they're going to be good enough. Somehow, some way, they always find a way to do it. I do think today will be a real struggle, but I am excited for Camilo versus Poby, setting the benchmark for Camilo's improvement, but also Poby's first entrance in the league.
Finn, you wanted to add something?
No, I wonder what do you expect them to do? Because I thought you said they're going to make playoffs, and you said they're going to defy that.
Oh, yeah, sure, but this is Fnatic. This one, you know, they'll get there.
I mean, actually, don't you feel like because there was no expectation on Heretics, they were allowed to perform so well, but now that actually maybe people have more expectations, knowing that they can challenge the 6-4 places in the standings, maybe there's more expectations.
I feel like there's still not too much expectations on them. Their roster is very young, and like as GB said, he thought it was a hot take that they were gonna make playoffs.
Oh, you think it's a given?
No, I don't think it's a given.
Okay.
But I don't think it's a hot take. There's a middle ground. There's nuance.
It's slightly heated take.
Yeah. Slightly heated take. Like
as warm as the jacuzzi.
that we have here. We need to throw you guys in there later, actually. I hope you're doing fine after the bath.
That's really relaxing.
Great journey arises here for Heretics and this revamped version of Fnatic. And if you want to bring the Spy vibes onto the Rift, you can grab your Spirit Blossom skin and spring the new vibe here in the LEC that we're trying to embody here a bit. So go and grab your new skins. That's all for us here. Casters, please take it away from us.
The only thing I heard from that was revitalized Fnatic roster. My GOAT is in the LEC. I have been waiting, well, longer than I know because I never knew he was coming over, but Poby made it. And so the only way to pay homage is to do it properly by looking like a boxer with the staff.
Caster minion.
That's
You're a caster minion.
Caster minion with the stuff. You don't know how hard I worked for this, not for it to come out perfect.
And you nailed it, man. You nailed it. I see.
It came out about
best cosplay of the year award is definitely going to
so far. Yeah, we can only get better from here. You know, I dressed up as an Ezreal earlier on. Doesn't have anything on this.
Yeah, and I liked your little jump in that ad.
My jump was cute, and I could do one for you later as well. Look, honestly, the staff's heavy, but I hope it's not as heavy as performance going to be from Poe, because that guy has been hyped up. And the import, who would have expected? Like, also, Dundun's in our league now. I don't know what's going on in the LEC, but I'm all about change.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm very excited to see what Poe can bring to Fnatic, because I think something did have to change. The team had kind of hit the kind of 4th place and up for a large portion of several splits, but hasn't really been able to hit the upper echelons. Thank you.
Yeah.
Since 2017, so they needed something to change. They had to see some kind of difference, and maybe Poe can be that difference maker.
I hope so, because again, like the mid lane, the jungle synergy, that's what we talked about with Fnatic for the longest time. And I feel like with a new mid laner, it should be invigorated. I know that, you know, the positivity's got to be checked with how they're going in scrims and how that actually translates to stage. But the rest of the roster's the same. The bot lane was the best of spring. If they can build off that, then Fnatic have got a lot to work with now. Dagda, of course, I came in looking up that legend in the mid lane from T1 Esports Academy, debuting on the stage. But I haven't talked about Heretics, and we're going to give them their due, considering that this roster is sticking together as 5 once again from the start of this year, with mild expectations moving up.
Yeah, but I think it's their own expectations may be slightly different. Like, we looked to Flackid last split, talking about how he's been very proud of what he's been able to achieve with this team and how they have been working to really try and hit those higher highs. And I hope they have been able to manage it over the time off to really set up the kind of the synergy and that team aspect that they really want to try and hammer home. And I know you're a big fan of Carlson.
I do like Carl
he's going to be able to take over the rift here a little bit against Oscar.
It's nice when you bias for both teams, isn't it? You know, it neutralizes it a bit.
I was going to say, it's almost like we just like good League of Legends.
That's it. Let's hope we get some here. It's another best of 3. Remember, single round robin within their groups. That's what you take away from this, the fact that they only face once. It's the start of the split, so let's see how those expectations fare. Vi still banned away, and on the green room, Daggy, you're like, yeah, we're still getting rid of the Vi. No one just wants to touch it.
Yeah, I mean, got a little nerf, but still very, very strong. The other big jungle pick is kind of the Pantheon and the Wukong. So Pantheon tends to be more on the red side ban, so I'm curious to see what that is going to look like. Trundle taken away here, so Pantheon, maybe the last ban, which could open up for either the Wukong first pick or the Rumble, which is still quite strong.
And as we saw in the first series, Yunara actually eventually came out that it wasn't prioritized. It wasn't that first pick along the board. Let's just kind of wait and see what Team Heretics read on it is. That final ban, what's it going to be?
Ok, pobio 21, konačno tu. Ajmo da vidimo šta nas čeka, šta će ovdje se izdogađa.
Više nego raspoložen da dočeka pobije.
Pa vidi, ja nisam humanoid hater, iskreno, ali sam fan promena. To mi smisla. Volim kad dođu novi igrači, pogotovo neki koji su malo dokazaniji od Tigera.
Ja se slažem s tom. Mislim da je lepo vidjeti promene kao takve.
Things like the Wukong apparently with the Rumble pairing.
Well, I do like this because the thing with Yunara is, yes, when she ults, she does get the dash, but still can be a little vulnerable on the back line if you're able to get the access to there. So something like this Wukong Rumble, which is incredibly good at finding access on the back line, can be a bit of an issue, but we'll have to see as the rest of this comes through. You've already got Heretics going for, hey, try and protect the Yunara in the back line, Cassante front line, but also having some peel. And I think still Shale going towards the Wukong or the Xin Zhao could be an option if he wants to.
On bi, ja iskreno očekujem, kao bukvalno očekujem od Pobija da stompuje mid lane. Kao mislim lane wise.
Ja se kinda nadam, I guess, možda bude interesantno, nisam siguran. Mislim, Camilo se baš nije pokazao kao dobar mid laner, tako da se slažem s te strane. Mislim da ako Pobi stompa Camiloa, mislim da može malo da ga nahibuje za serije koje nas čekaju, pogotovo protiv Vladija, protiv Kapsa, recimo, tako dalje.
Prvo tako.
Kind of saying as well, let's not outrange the Yunara in the laning phase. I feel like the Thresh lanes come back a little bit there, Dagda, so at least another bottom lane taken away from Fnatic's availability.
Yeah, I'm curious though, because yeah, there's the Pantheon. So you're kind of setting up for Shea to go towards the Xin Zhao to try and match the early pressure here, but for Fnatic, I still think you're happy with
Pandas G2 play sledeće nedelje.
Oriana, Talija matchup je fine. Mislim da ne možemo mnogo da se bunimo za matchupove, bitno je samo da vidimo šta će se desiti s Pobijem. Kakva će da bude priča i sa... Kako će da bude priča sa tim, kako će ceo tim da izgleda, da li će da imaju nešto zajedničko u smislu ideja koje imaju na Riftu istovremeno, jer mislim da je to jako važno kada dolazi neko iz druge regije. Također bih dodao da se nadam da jezička barijera neće biti problem.
Why I was a little nervous about going for the Kai'Sa is that Yunara is incredibly good with that Q of being able to bounce the damage onto these shorter range AD carries. You hit the back minion, you automatically get to hit.
Igra svoj signature pick, tako da eto, ni to će biti ono kao garantovano, neće biti van comfort zone. Znamo koliko je Oriano igrao u LCK Challengersu.
Ok, moj kolega zna koliko je Oriano igrao u LCK Challengers.
Pa gledao sam, mislim, scrollovao sam kroz Recklessove gameove dok je bio tamo. Zato samo znam. Jer sam gledao, mislim, nisam gledao od početka do kraja, ali sam scrollovao kroz kad god je Reckless igrao, jer mi je bilo zanimljivo da vidim kako se nosi jedan evropski igrač u drugoj ligi Koreje. Da vidim koliko su zaista bolji od nas.
To try and help out and get in towards the rest of the team alongside Sheo, or you can actually play over towards Slia if you can try and find those moments. So
vidit ćemo. Ja baš imam visoke očekivanja. Nadam da jezičke barijere neće biti slično, da ćemo vidjeti pun potencijal. Ili ako ne odmah, bar posle nekog vremena.
For Team Heretics, you know, we talk about their progression throughout the year, and this feels like a comp that's nice, steady to start with, but does feel like, again, relying on some of their team fight mechanics, which I think were their selling points in spring, can definitely be showcased in Game 1, but for Dagda, I'm seeing Poby debut on an Oriana. How bittersweet for the semi-goat. I'm not sure how I want to phrase it, but it had to be phrased.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Like, I think he's going to be able to survive lane. He's not going to exactly be like a mega threat coming out of the lane. It's going to be more about the synergy he has with the rest of the team. And I think that also is one of the things that the Nocturne is going to play into, is trying to disrupt the wombo combo you're seeing coming through from Fnatic, because, you know, Upset can't really ult into a decent position if he can't see where that
Vratio sam se.
Dobrodošao nazad.
May struggle a little bit in team fights if Heretics can
Pobi my goat.
As you say, it was kind of the individual moments from Heretics that stood out to me more than the big team play. But they've had time to work on it, and I want to see if they can bring it now coming into summer.
You're right. It's part of those individual mechanics. To rephrase myself, I feel like for Heretics, the team fight potential I can see it, but going up against Fnatic, it is a hard start to the league. 2 groups, single round robin, best of 3s is exactly how we kick off. Welcome to Summer's Rift for our second series of the summer split. Yunara has been picked twice now in our Fearless format. And it is nice to see that the new champions getting...
Mislim da je ovo Riot baš hteo, da se baš nadao da će Yunara da bude pikovana.
Yeah, I am curious to see how Blackout wants to go about it, though, because one of the things that we've seen from a lot of people, at least in solo queue, is going for the early reset, so you can get the cull, the Q procs each one of the Q, the extra auto attacks that come out, procs cull, so you get this insane amount of healing early. So it means that you're very strong.
Dobro, to je istina.
I think that's what Blackout would probably try and lean into a little bit more. And then it's just a case of what build does he decide to go? Because you've seen if you have enough money, you can back for the BF sword, you can go into Yuntals, we got Kraken earlier on from Hansam D, so there's definitely, and even
Nisam znao da Q split proka full one hit efekat.
Ton of variation when it comes to how this champion is played.
Čekaj da Q split, mislim pričaš o Yunari.
Da.
Ok, tu nemamo zajednički jezik jer pričaš s nekim ko ne zna novog heroju.
To mi zvuči giga broken do duše, misija to tako ne radi. Jer to znači da iz jednog basika teka na Saku, kada basicuješ u full wave, healuješ se 18 healtha po basicu.
Da, to zvuči previše, to zvuči previše, ali da?
Da.
18 healtha po basicu, ali...
Nemoguće.
Ne radi matematika tako, ne. Evo ga. Imam info o mlađu me pobiju.
Well, he's gone into challengers, he's going to have grown as a player. I want to see now what he can do on a main stage and actually get Fnatic into a position where they can contest for that top spot once more.
And what a way to do it.
Viktor, Azir, Oriana, Ryze, zanimljivo. Ok, dali su nam sve grafike koje nam trebaju. Kako je bilo dobro da ga, ok, posle ga je back. Ajde, a zašto ne aplaudira narod? Halo? Lik koji je došao iz LCK-a i igra je poslao Kamilu back. Halo?
Forcer mu TP. Jedina sreća Kamilova što je Canon Wave.
Dalje si izvući u dogo, ali... I dalje sam u fazonu, ale...
Too much action. Both junglers realistically just want to try and farm to that level 6, which is when they become really potent. Same when you look towards like Kamilu wanting to have that level 6 to impact on the map. So I think for Heretics it is very much a, hey, we want to try and play around Flacken in this bottom side, try and play for the success of this Yunara, and then hopefully come into team fights with that big AD carry threat. Whereas for Fnatic, I mean, we already kind of talked about it, like they are playing consistently for this big wombo combo, so look to them to start setting up early vision around objectives so then they can try and look for those plays.
Nice trade on the pass through here. Sheo is just sprinting towards his topside crab where already you can see the swap has come through. As mentioned before, Sten was just covering that basis on the scuttle too. There's a quick back here from Upset. I wonder if he's just going to rematch the lane, but it does look like he's heading towards bot, although Mickey is around this topside river, seeing if he can pull anything off in mid. Maybe just get a bit more information as well as he's scurrying around his topside jungle.
Yeah, they're just going to try and put extra resources in towards Upset, and this is something that Fnatic have kind of done consistently, is, hey, we're happy if we can get Upset with some...
Bih voleo da... Postoji više razloga zašto ja navijam za Fnatic sad. Jedan je Pobi, drugi je da Oskarini osvoji Jelec.
Ne.
Mislim da je logično, chat.
Legitimno, dobro, dobro.
Je li imate neka pitanja povodom te moje izjave ili...
Ne brini se, to se neće dogoditi ni s Pobijem. Čekaj da im vidimo mid game kada nemaju humanoida.
To je tačno. Evo recimo kolega ima dobar take. Vidjet ćemo kako će da im izgleda generalno mid game bez glavnog bate.
Mada Kamil ne može da lanuje Pobija trenutno.
Doduše, ajde, nije kao da je Kamilu inače nešto mogao da lanuje, pa da je Pobi sad mnogo uradio u odnosu na ostale, ali svakako...
I think he could end up just clearing out his Krugs here and then going over towards Dragon with at least the push on bot, but Kamilu forced out a mid again by Poby means that he just lost a lot of mid control.
I mean, we said, like, this guy, he's got high expectations coming over from the LCK challenge.
Kamilo baca lagani lane chill sad, 300 helta. Prvi skirmiš u džungli, ne može se pomeri. Pobi fazonu vala neć. Bravo Kamilo, ne, odlično, super si uzeo 3 range creepa za svoj summoner flash. I sad Pobi ostaje šava opet. Natalija je 5. Kamilo u fazonu, ljudi, get me out.
Ovo je mnogo dobar.
Miki. Lepo. Vukov nema smite. Ali zašto? Ali ljudi... Dao Fanatiku osvelec. Ne, odlično.
Polako.
Odlično.
The end was too far away and they get a summon around, but the Dragon still
is
a big win for Team Heretics.
That's a big win for Heretics.
Šta ja gledam?
6 off of that for Sheo as well, so that's why everyone on Fnatic had to try and run for the hills.
Pazi, Pobi mehanički lomi. Navikao je da igra u mnogo bolje midlanere.
Apsolutno. 5 tačke gledišta insane.
It's round 2 because Razork does not have Cyclone available. Sheo leveraging that ult advantage, and as Mickey steps his way in, Sten looks for a re-engages the crash down.
Polako, Miki, nemaš flash, malo pre si flash u ghostu, bravo, Miki. Tako je, Sheo, tako je, bravo, Sheo.
Šok bomba ovaj game, ja tebi da kažem. Ovo će biti veselije nego što sam očekivao.
Da. Fanatik. Kaj bilo 20
Carson? I can show you the...
Nemoj, Oskare.
Carson, ne, vrati se, Carson.
Ej, mladog Oskarinina!
Lepo. Mind control, iskreno.
Pa zapuši usta Milošu, koji ima puno prozivka. Ja kako je odigrao, a? Kako je ušao u glavu svom protivniku da on uđe u equalizer, jesi vidio ti to?
I da izađe pa da uđe opet. I onda da se flashuje, da se flash kuva i da promaši flash ku. Da, ne, goated, iskreno goated do Carsona.
Ovo nisi vidio nigde nikad.
Iskreno nisam, ovo je skoro Antonio level gameplay koji smo videli.
Ale.
Joj, život.
Kako je rekao je Kamilu u onom cinematiku, ja mislim da mi nećemo biti ekipa koja je free win ovaj split.
Ne. Kamilu se zabrojio se malo jadan. Čekaj, daj nam, ne, ja sam rekao top replay hoću. Hoću top replay. Brat u fazonu pogazio malo po Rumble ultu, bio u fazonu, pa nije toliko strašno, baš prija za stopala malo da podgrejem noge. I da se vrati unutra i ja ne znam. Carson mora malo da opravda to što smo ga hvalili kao ja od njega hejta coach, dajem mu loš matchup. Ne, Carson, nakon ovoga ja bi ti dao Soraku da igraš. Sram te bilo što su radio.
Ham, cheese, and tomato, put it together, you got a sandwich for upset. 3 kills about to be hand delivered.
Kakav bi šunka sir pardaj.
Hoću i Miki otići sa suprotne strane više.
Šta se do...
Upset will pay with the crime. 3 kills on Kaiser, 400 gold lead, and Fnatic at 1500 off to the races.
Yeah, this game is just completely...
Kakav šokanta razvoj događaja, dragi moji kolega.
So much of that gold has gone over towards upset. The Kaiser's kind of become a bit synonymous with them here in the...
Kakav šokanta razvoj događaja se događa u ovom trenutku. Veoma.
He's thinking, I could have done it the first time, let's do it again. And Topo strikes onto Oscarinen, and he's hit everything this time. Flash away, Oscar gets out, Electro Harpoon as he sits in the danger zone. Halson just needs that next Natopo back, but Oscarinen will not give it to him.
Yeah, but Mickey's making his way up towards this top side. Has the heal if you can get in towards Oscarinen as well to help him out, but looks like Ward will there. Mickey, do you want to go up the Hex Flash? No. He spotted it out, Carson gonna walk away.
But Fnatic, regardless, with top brawling out, I mean, it's still a decent gold lead, sizable in fact, for this early game. A 30 CS lead through mid, 500 gold lead through top. And bot, despite the gold disadvantage, the CS disadvantage from upset, those 3 kills are more than...
Znaš sam razmišljao o tome danas, kad sam se vozio iz teretane do supermarketa, razmišljao sam o lecu, verovo ili ne. I moram da podelim to s tobom i s vama. Sjećam se ranije kada sam ja u sezoni 5 igrao competitive i ti sad kad skrimuješ sa nekom lec ekipom, to je bilo univerzumi nivoa različito između lec ekipe, Challenger Series ekipe i onda neke ekipe koja se trudi da dotle dođe. Znači ti igraš i kao pobedi Bjerksena u prime-u sa 18 godina na 65 magičnih stvari koje ga ubrzavaju, da tako kažem.
Je stvarno bilo nemoguće tada?
Znaš ti što, to je stvarno bilo nebo i zemlja, znaš, neko ko je bio tad, u to vreme kao lec igrač. Znači ti ne postoji priča o tome da ne... Zašto sam to krenuo namišljam? Kad sam namišljao kako će biti ovaj split, on se setio da je Asus ROG BK pobedio SK Gaming. I samo sam namišljao o tome kako to se nikada, znači da se igra best of 67 u sezoni 5, jedna Challenger Series ekipa ne bi uzela jedan game od lec ekipe.
Baš je toliko astronomska, mislim ne znam, tako da uzimam, držim te za reč.
Da, baš je bilo.
Verujem da...
Mislim, u nekom trenutku jeste malo oslabilo kad su bili oni qualifier mečevi i to, ali to su opet bili super timovi koji su se kvalifikovali. Tipa G2 se kvalifikovao preko Challenger Seriesa. I kao, G2...
Ko je bio prvi roster G2?
Znam da je bio Perks. Bio je tipa Yuki AD Carry, ja mislim, tako neki... Yuki 60, ili tako nešto se zvao. Ne, mislim da ne znaš većinu, ali Perks je bio tu svakako. Perks se kvalifikovao sa G2-om u Let's. I to Perks opet, mlad Perks koji je bio ono giga isfokusiran. Mlad i ono prehypovan da igra. Tako da, ne znam, baš neko ramišljam kako je taj gap skoro nestao. Sad kao MA ekipa, Let's ekipa, ima neke preterano velike razlike. Znači ti čak i gledaš kao top tier, ja sam malo hejter, ali ono, Oskar je nivo prosječnog MA top lanera. Straight up. Botlane nije i da li imaš neke igrače, tipa mislim da Miki i Upset su stvarno, ja ne gotivim previše Upset ovako, ali stvarno što jesi igra lepo. Prošli split, pogotovo. Pobi vodi 40 kripova u 13 minuta. Što pokazuje gap između tier 2 Koreje i Evrope.
To je meni lično fascinantno. On ide na burst build, wow.
Treba. Ide da klikće.
Good moments where they could have tried to play around, upset, haven't really been able to play towards him and find any more of that success off of him. And they've now given 2 dragons across the Heretics, obviously one was a steal, but also the Void Grubs too, so the objective count for Heretics has been going relatively well, and what was a decent-sized gold lead is slowly starting to dwindle here.
And it's crazy, it's just from some of the map plays from Team Heretics, it's also from mitigating the top that you talked about before. Oscar Renan was starting to walk a little bit over Carlson with that Leandries, but hey,
46 CS-a, full burst Oriana. Pobi u fazonu jedno regularno popodne skrima protiv prvog T1 rostera, razumeš?
Amazing to be at an equal game state at 15 minutes.
I think the Fnatic have been playing a very defensive game and a huge amount, as we said, like again, Mickey is playing for Pobi on this bottom side. We want to, because we already said with the Nocturne and also Camilo having that Weaver's Wall, your Oriana is very vulnerable as she tries to push in a side lane. So Fnatic have been playing...
Da li šta, Heretici mogu duetne, mislim imaju 2 Drake ako ništa, koliko mogu da igraju oko Sola i ajde ne znam, Flex sa Junarom možda može da uradi nešto. Nismo vidjeli u prvoj seriji, možda vidimo u drugoj Junaru koji ima malo više impakta.
Well, again though, this time it might be a little bit different. Team Heretics, the reset's going to come through from Herald. Fnatic know they've been given a little bit of time, and Control Ward in the pit also buys them that.
But it's also Oscar Renan moved up towards that top side to try and make a play, which means that now he's losing that wave in the bottom side. Carlson is actually getting the...
Sigotim što je Kamilu kao otišao i Merks i sve to, ali... Znači, baš sam prijatno iznenađen, Pobi. Flashovat će... Zaustavljen Pobi. Dobro bi da čuo Koms, zanima me šta pričaju.
Through the cracks Fnatic leave for just a moment on that side lane. And now Heretics will be able to move over towards the objective once more. And you've also again got Carlson who's able to protect that bottom lane wave as Oscar Renan pushes it in. So nicely done by Heretics.
And again, crawling up, Sheo. It's just like last split as well. I feel like our teams haven't changed too much, even with the change on Fnatic's side, even with time being the biggest change for Team Heretics angle. Dagda, Sheo won them at least a few games off the sweat of his own back last split. Like, this guy was criminally underrated because Team Heretics with this borderline playoff team.
Yeah, I mean, Sheo has been absolutely fantastic and does show that he was the veteran that came into this team. And when the Heretics needed someone alongside Kraken, I should say, the veteran. But when they needed
3-0 Kajsa i ovaj kombo koji imaju dva načina za ball deliver sjajan. Mislim da će stvarno za Fnatic biti lako da 5 na 5 fightova executuju čim se oni dovode. Ne vidim kako drugačije Fnatic može da bude da se razočara ovde u fajtovanje.
Slowly but surely, slipping away from them. With these dragons, with the grubs taken from Heretics. Finally something in their name on the board.
I'm curious to see how they're going to use it though, as in theory you probably want to try and group somewhere to immediately get this Rift Child down, but I think it becomes very difficult because as we said, Camilo...
Jedno je da znaš, drugo je baš onako kao u full komunikaciji, mada je moguće da samo imaju malo, samo kratki kolovi, kratke reči i to je to. Čuli smo kako funkcioniše to recimo u Partizanu. Znači obzir i Chen i Whistle nisu baš nešto najbolji sa engleskim jezikom bili. Ne znam koliko su naučili sad za ovaj drugi split. Ali kao realno gledano, stvarno Camilo mu je najbolji protivnik koga je mogao dobije da dobije ono full samopouzdanje ulazeći u lec.
Oscar Renan would still have to push in this way, would have been there in time to pick it up, and then he would have had the TP advantage to try and play for the next objective. Or even if it was, you know, Camilo is now cashing his top wave, you could, but it means that Heretics aren't really exploiting the fact that Fnatic just TP'd to that top half of the map.
Well, we're going to find out if top lane is going to have any part of it, because now the 4v4, it begins. Receiving a wave is Camilo down in bot. Mid upset's going to get pushed first, but Dragon spawns in 20 seconds, so the timing here should be fine here for Flacket as he finally rejoins. And Dagda, he has Runans as well, so not only just the wave clear, but if he gets to unleash in a fight with that cultivation of spirit, the damage is immense with his two items.
Yeah, I'm curious how...
Mislim, gold je full even, ne znam, ovo baš nije optimalno.
Polako, mislim, ne možemo da kažemo da kao Fnatic će biti outscalovan. Mislim da će 5 na 5 fajtovi, to sam baš pričao malo pre, da im idu mnogo lakše. I opet mi gledamo Junaru pikovanu u dive bomb, što nam nije jasno, nešto mi ne znamo saj na 100%.
Da, mislim, moj point je da ne bi otpisao Junaru samo zbog prvog gejma. Jer kao ceo tim je bio behind, mislim da Junara nije imao ugao, još mora bije Siona. Ovdje, pa ono njegovo. Reflekta, gle Junaru, pa. Zenjata gameplay.
Ja ne razumijem.
Pa, dash. 100 damage-a, 200 damage-a.
Ovo ne bio, imaju samo Orianin ulti.
Ja mislim da pobi možda ih klepuje ako se grupišu, moraju se baš da se pazi.
Ako dođe u situaciju.
Wukong. Želi Camiloa. Želi Flekta, okej.
I dobra ideja. Na koju foru je Fnatic uspio njih distera svaka čast. Pobi je lepo igra na raid, razumiješ.
Holda ult drži treti, samo zna da to što ne baca ulti je jače nego samo da baci za čanka.
Then you get the seismic shove, and the ultimate not doing a huge amount there from Oscar Renan. Mickey then tries to salvage the play, but you've now used Mickey ult, Rumble ult, and also then Kajsa ult to try and kill off Sten in the backline. And Heretics kind of scrambling to answer back.
Ma pobi kad dobije Shadow Flame, ima da boli.
Bit of a sticky situation that ends up with the Dragon over to Fnatic. At least the stacking is stopped there for Fnatic. Like, you know, we were looking down the barrel, Team Heretics getting third Dragon, and then again, the ability to play on Soul Point when Baron would be coming up, when this Atakan's up as well. The power for Heretics would be immense. At least the turret still comes out of it, so for Team Heretics, it was a gold trade. It now continues to be a gold play with 1,500 in their lead.
Yeah, I think the fact that Camilo now doesn't have flash for potential Atakan play is really what Fnatic are more than likely going to be playing for. Unfortunately, Mickey doesn't have his flash to try and punish, but if Razor can try and get access to Camilo through a flash cyclone, I think that's how Fnatic can try and play at the next fight.
Junara polako dobija iteme. Zanima me kad bude game bio even na 3 itema obadje carry, kako će Junara da performa.
powering up and incredibly strong and has all of his summoners.
Pa dobro, on će ići na Infinity na trećem, tako da mislim će biti dosta jak sa 3.
They might be able to come out on top because they've got decent positioning here around the Attica.
Also, if Sheo can play with that ulti, start launching some of those autos at a target. Think about the AD damage that's going to come through from Blackout. Black Cleaver now picked up as well.
Tako da mislim će bude dosta jak.
Sheo has really had the number of Razork opening up this series for his LEC summer.
Yeah, Sheo's had a fantastic game, and it's definitely been the thorn on the side of Fnatic as they try and set up. And even now, just the fact that they've forced Fnatic to try and bounce between both mid and top lane, thanks to that double semi-global we have between Sheo and Kamilu, means they haven't really been able to pick up the waves that they want to. I thought we might get a full collapse there from Heretics onto that top tower, just to see if they could fully finish that one off, but Fnatic can still...
Postavljaju vision gore oko Ataka.
They approach this Attica.
Razork clearing vision, minion wave in the way. Just a quick tidbit. There you go, there's jungle comparison for this game. Obviously, Razork hasn't been able to do much. And as a Wukong, 2,500 damage at 22 minutes. Very, very low. That's kind of the impact here that Razork's had opening up his series.
And I do think it also speaks to what we were saying already. The Fnatic game plan has been defense rather than offense, whereas for Heretics it has been very much Sheo trying to be that aggressor and get in the face of Fnatic. But
Čekamo neki pobio 5-man shop ili nešto ludo.
There you go. That might be 3,000 damage now.
I think Sten would be dead if he did that.
That's true, it's probably not 500 damage. 2,700.
Zanimljivo je da u ovom momentu Pobi jedini koji ima individualno lead u odnosu na svog lanera.
To je u stvari true, to je u stvari dobar pick-up.
There are a couple of outers right now sitting on
Alistar je mora da ulta.
half HP, so a breeze in the wind to
Mislim, ne znam, ti si onako, ne znam koliko si samo opušten vezano za Fnatic, da puno veruješ, ali mislim da bi bilo koja ekipa koja hoće da igra Worlds ove godine morala stompa Heretic jako, jako brzo.
Pa kad promeniš mid lanera, kad promeniš humanoida, mislim da ne. Drugačija je dosta atmosfera u ekipi.
Dobro, znači svako onda veruješ da je Fnatic drastično slabiji u mid to late game-u zbog toga što nemaju glas.
Verujem samo da im treba period adaptacije. Kao na primjer zašto se ovdje niko ne dere da se uđe u pit. Sheo je out. Užas.
Pa okej, dobro.
Uzeli su Atakana, to je sve što je njima trebalo.
Ne znam, mislim, Heretic sam dobio baš previše. Si ne znam da li je verovatno razvoj taj sad koji short calluje zajedno s Mikijem. Što je radio ovdje Carlsen? To mi samo nije jasno. Znači on tuče Oskara, Upset je tu. On ga je poneo sa ultom i onda je Kajsa ultala za njim.
Mene više muči tu Razor koji je ovinao standa koji je izašao out. Oba Vuku ultija su otišli na standa, od toga drugi nije pogodio. To mene muči najviše.
Which has really repeated on us this game, hasn't it? Like, Team Heretics have been playing the map through and through. And Fnatic's not that they look dizzy, it's just the fact that they're either slow to these movements, slow to these engagements. For that person that rocks up at 7:30 for a 6 o'clock house party, the food's already gone, the drinks are halfway through, and they didn't bring anything down.
Ja, loša fora.
Ne ovako. Ja mislim da mi imamo loše fore, chat, cijenite nas jače, samo da znate. To je sve što ću reći. Drake pada. Underrated, true. Ej, Junar ako uzim ovaj Sol, bit će malo problematično u nju.
Sends Fnatic away. They're going up towards Baron, but this will be third Dragon. Fnatic not even close to starting that Baron yet.
They just need to start it. They try and base Heretics in, but Carlson happy to face check this. Oscar has to give face.
Paranoia's up. They can run in. Razork at half HP. Mickey taking damage as well at 1100. Carlson, the front line that can walk in. No fear in his eyes as the Weaver's Wall zones out half of them. Razork with an ulti, but it's suboptimal. He gets blown up as Upset into the backline. Paranoia strikes then with a magnet storm.
Wow.
He'll be crying tonight. A double up.
Not good.
As Carlson takes the rest.
Humanoid trlja ruke.
This game, they know what's best.
Even Heretics! Our Baron is on the side of Heretics. you see there, as they all try to escape, the Weaver's wall comes through, and Baron pulls Razork back into the middle of the pit, which means he desperately has to try and engage to just save and salvage something.
Ja ne mogu da verujem šta gledam iskreno. Legitimno ne mogu verujem šta gledam. Razor kao to Baron. Ovaj Kajsa play smo vidjeli u EBL-u pre 2 dana.
Da, Kajsa, pazi, še je baš lepo sačekao, bukvalno je instant ult Kajsa.
A to ni player voice-kom koji ne čujemo. Pešo goat.
They've got Soul Point, or rather Soul coming up in 3 minutes 30 to boot.
And I don't... hang on. Shao going to find Razor because he comes through here.
He's just going to walk at him 2 levels the difference. A Fear about to find his mark as well. Not the clone, but the real thing. And Paranoia again strikes him. Cyclone, but Poby can't get the finishing damage onto Blackhead. Crashdown stops him in his way, and Poby needs retribution here. Fnatic needs something, and understand they'll find exactly that.
Vrlo napeto.
Kill of the LEC, but for Fnatic it only stops a play that's hurting them so much. Upset cleanses away. Shao's also nearby, but
šta je klenzova?
Yeah, Poby's trying to keep Fnatic in this game. Huge damage onto Flak.
Klenzova je nakon knockbacka.
It means that at least Fnatic can get one
back. Dođe sebi.
Heretics, they still have the Baron, they should still be able to push, but you see it here, Shao on vision thinks, hey, Flaky can come through, Sten's got the cutoff, but just wasn't expecting the quick turnaround, so immediately the engage and then the ult, plus the follow-up QW from Poby as well, means that Blackhead isn't really in a position to follow up. And Fnatic then able to collapse on towards Sten, who's kind of left as the...
Humanoid je benchovan.
So that then the rest can escape.
Well, a bit of gold back, but it's really not enough. Look at the gold differences for each and every lane. Look at the Infinity Edge that sits there with a Noon Quiver for Blackhead. Yunara today, you know, it's been... well, Dagda, what do you want to say? I mean, this is obviously the best performance. Blackhead has just kicked ass and taken names, but it's all been set up on the back of Team Heretics. Obviously did a lot of prep in the off-season. Worked on, you know, what you're saying, one of their weakest elements.
Yeah, I think it's just been really good reads from Heretics as to where they need to be.
Yeah.
And then capitalizing on mistakes from Fnatic. As now Heretics, this is exactly how their composition is set up. You try and play for Kamilu pushing in on one wave. Shale, as you can see, just sitting in between both of these waves. Means that he can ult to wherever he needs to go.
Paranoia might just be the zone off, but a wave
dobro, u Miki lepi gauge. Bravo, Poby 3-man ulti. Evo ovako treba izgleda svaki fight. Ovo je fight za Fnatic. Upset je uzeo kill wall da shutdown. Kako su lepo odigrani. Bravo, momci.
Ma da, idu.
Jajno.
Kamilo je malo brz, ali... O, imaju slow. Mislim da Poby ima. Lepo.
Jajno.
Iz Češke bez greške, okej. To je vjerojatno nešto iz fudbala.
Pa ne znam, iz Češke bez greške, ne znam da je to.
Heretics just have nothing to try and disrupt the play.
Now mid's open. This is objective bounty territory. When there was a 6k gold lead, Fnatic are about to break the wall and move it to only 2.5.
And this is what we're talking about. Shale can use
Nije to, okej, da.
It means that then when Fnatic go for the re-engage,
Miki.
Upset is able to shotgun himself into the backline, pick off the members that he needs to, and even then the disengage from Wukong's huge, but here we go again.
It is happening again, but this time Shao's using Paranoia defensively. Upset's ready to dive. His killer instinct just about...
Iskreno uzi ne pijem, ali je reklama goated, ako je to tako. Ako ne pijem, ali bi razmislio. Šalim se, naravno. Ali dobra reklama, sviđa mi se.
Lepo od Mikija.
Da, ma evo, stand, pa evo, še ja i flash.
Baš su dropali, hard.
Pošto njegov život ovdje vredniji od flasha, a ništa nisu imali ako testaju ovo.
And realistically, once Shale was already out of there, Heretics needed to look for a different play, push in mid, put pressure on him.
Skirić ko protein, ako imaš dogovor.
but instead you end up giving that kill across, and now you're on the back foot once more, because Fnatic get to come out of base, a man up, and start to put pressure down on towards this top half of the map with vision for Baron in a minute's time.
No one can get caught out. Team Heretics need to keep grouped up. The success this game has been coordinated by Sheo at the helm. But the last couple have been Fnatic finding picks. And to their credit, while Heretics might feel like a throw here, Fnatic, the engage was immense, and that pick-off from Mickey set up with Poby has really brought it all together.
And it's given them crucial breakpoints here for the items as well. You can see now 3 items for Poby is huge. The Zhonya's Hourglass completed for upset as well. It means that he can be far more aggressive in these fights and have that safety net as well. So I think for Heretics, it now becomes a lot more difficult to play at these fights. Your saving grace is Flacket. Like, 5 items for this AD carry, he is going to be huge, especially if he can get everyone clumped up on Fnatic for that mass AoE damage, but he has to make sure that he's not getting caught by the likes of Razork and Poby.
The combination already shown. Wukong, Orianna, easy to execute. I'm seeing Flacket with no flash, thank you, Dagda. He points things to me, you don't see it, but he tells me things, makes me look smart. He shows me as well that Sheo, Camilo also don't have a flash. Sheo gonna block that. Little Seeker is Razork looking for his target. Carlson blocking up, still very tanky here with 3 and a bit items with extra footwear. As Fnatic have the Baron River for now with Baron spawn.
Yeah, you want as Fnatic to try and take the fight in this kind of choke point, so that then you're able to keep everyone in Heretics grouped up, and it makes it significantly easier for you to try and have this big wombo. But the second you start kind of ceding control, it makes it a little bit more difficult.
Rams in as Weaver's wall is out again. Fnatic on the wrong side of it, they're split away.
Oj, sad konečne zringe, što je to?
O, Razork.
Dobro, fajn je našao su Blackouta. Dobar ulti je bacio s Krakenom baš.
Lepo.
Ovaj game možda čak nije.
Treba im wave. Gledaju da Camilo ne uvati.
It took a little bit of time, but Fnatic managed to make the play work. The dash from Flacket only keeps him momentarily safe.
O, imaju. I Camilo nema flash, on je mrtav, da. Ok. 34 minuta za Fnatic, imali su dosta problema.
Vrlo napet game. Vrlo napet game. Nije izgledalo ni blizu dobro, ali sve se čini kao da je kolovanje bilo problem, jel da? Sve se čini kao da lead u ekipi nije bio na dovoljno visokom nivou.
Čini mi se da s ovim gameom mislim da vidimo da je Miki shot caller, jer Miki jednom kad je napravio taj play call na topu, to je okrenulo partiju skroz. Dobro, mislim lepo svakako, pauzica, znate priču, 11 minuta pauza, idemo u game broj 2. Napisat ću i u chatu, tako da tu smo za 10 minuta i družimo se u potencijalno finalnoj partiji dana.
I think the last one was just the ult dash to get away by Flacket, which is great timing, but just still wasn't enough.
We're just going to send to this strange man who we let into the studio with a microphone. After that, security will escort him out.
Thank you. I'm a strange man escorted into the building, joined by Mickey X, who, I don't know, there's a lot of adjectives I could use to describe the game, so why don't you just tell me how you describe it?
Interesting. Interesting is a very good way to describe it, I would say.
Strong start. What needs to change in game 2 so that the Fnatic fans here aren't having a heart attack?
Honestly, it just comes down to the draft once again. Grabs out himself, but we pulled through regardless. So if he can step it up a little bit, it should be a clean one.
All right. I don't know if that's not the first time we've learned that lesson, but apparently it's time to learn it again. It's Grabs' fault. Thank you, Mickey. We're getting ready for game 2. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, the analyst desk will further break that one down.
Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but You have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Book your next hotel stay in Madrid with Marriott Bonvoy. A check-in at every checkpoint.
Let's look at top lane. The 1v1 begins. Oscar in trouble. The equalizer down. It's good spacing here, but Carlson has to walk over the hot lanes, but he misses the Natobo strike. Right in the thigh gets Chris up. You hate to see it.
And that was the last time Heretics had the edge in this game, because Fnatic takes game one, but oh boy, did they have to work for it. Mickey said interesting. I'm gonna say emphasis on ints.
I mean, Mickey also said the draft was bad, but I'm gonna beg to differ. They had a very straightforward draft. They had Alistar Talia, they had a Wukong. It should have been super simple for Fnatic to play this kind of game, but I still think that some of the issues they had for Spring are still present. They get scattered in the mid game.
Yeah,
like,
I think
some of the fights just wasn't played properly.
Yeah, there were a lot of issues, although also Heretics played really well. I was really impressed with Sheo, especially you talk about Finn, and you liked him a ton. Just the pressure he was bringing, the control, the objectives control, everything was where you wanted it to be.
I mean, Sheos is such a well-rounded jungler, and I feel like it's a dying breed these days in Europe. I feel like most junglers becoming these coin flippers. I feel like Sheo just has these so strong fundamentals We think about old BDS, we think about this solid objective control, simplifying the game and making it all about objectives. And I feel like the first 15 to 20 minutes by Shio was so strong. He really dictated the pace of the game and kind of made Fnatic dance to his tune. Now, that didn't really end up translating to a win, and we're gonna get to that in a bit.
Yeah, but still, good things in the early game on the side of Heretics, but when you look on the side of Fnatic, we've talked about the new and fresh blood Poby in the mid lane. Honestly, great game from him when it comes to the early game and the stats that he managed to have with his Orianna. Another Faker champion, we know, but he was shining on that champion.
Yeah, a good start for the Church of Poby. I think he had a really good laning phase. He's up against Camilo, who's, you know, not the stiffest of competition.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, you know what I mean. But still, he had the CS lead and he kept growing it throughout the game, and overall just didn't really make any big mistakes and showed up in the fights where he could.
No, absolutely agree. But I will say, despite Camilo's level not being the greatest mid laner, I still think he's an improved mid laner over every season. So to come into the first game and still have like 60 CS at 10 minutes.
That's true.
That's a rough one from Camilo. And yeah, Poby, as you said, he's showing his strengths though.
I mean, I really like the laning phase. It just breeds so much confidence to see a player come in first game just dominate laning phase.
Yeah.
Because Camilo, like, he didn't get dominated by every lane in last split. He's had solid laning phases.
Winter was rough.
Winter was rough, but spring was not.
Spring was better. Spring was better.
Like, okay, get with the times now, Jack Spectre. It's summer now, and Camilo is a LEC caliber mid laner, clearly. He made playoffs, and I think he deserves respect to see the show came in with a strong performance.
Absolutely. The past stays in the past, and so it goes for Heretics, because even though they had an amazing early game, guys, it took one fight, one misplay on top lane for Fnatic to come back, and this is where I like the strength of their composition and what they can do with it.
Yeah, and we've seen Mickey do this a couple of times this game. Great combo coming through here with the Orianna as well on top of it. The comeback fight that they needed, and the draft that kind of facilitate this for them. It is Team Heretics overstepping their boundaries, and they'll continue to do so. They'll get a bit desperate, but it's Fnatic, it's almost like they scale with the pace of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic's comp just has such good tools to start a fight. You see it here, even when Razork doesn't actually get the ball off the flank, it doesn't matter. They still just kill them all and end the game.
Yeah, Poby Shockwave found no one there, but it didn't end up mattering. It still ended up being a good fight. And look here, really balanced damage chart across Fnatic. You see everyone kind of pulling their own weight, Mickey, of course, being down there. But, you know, in general, I think those team fights really show that there's just everyone can really impact and show this individual prowess. And I know Mickey hated the draft, but I really like the highlight, as you said, Goldberg. I really like this draft by Fnatic. It just screams Fnatic to me.
I did as well. If there's one thing I'm disappointed in Fnatic, though, I will say I expected more from Razork's performance. I mean, yes, we're highlighting Shale, but it's not too long ago that we called Razork one of the best junglers in the league, and I'm still waiting to see more from him. It's clear to me, now that this is obviously a best of 3, Sheo is a strength that can actually be leveraged against a team like Fnatic, and Razork needs to have a better performance if they want to be able to just clean out a 2-0 against Team Heretics, which Fnatic on paper realistically should be doing.
Better performance, maybe having more space from his laners to do so. I'm not blaming anyone here, but I'm just wondering, what do we want to tackle here in the next game when you're at, like Fnatic? We said that they want to clean up the mid game. I feel like things start from the very early stages of the game here. So what do they need to do to cut Shio in his jungle?
But they didn't clean up the early game. So this game, he got double crabbed because he didn't actually path to the lane where he's going to end up on. This game, Shio ended up getting both crabs because he pathed towards the lane that was swapping away from him. So that means they're going to be on the other side of the map where he's pathing from, so he can't contest the crab anymore. This is like a kind of a silly mistake. It doesn't need to happen. And in general, I need him to play on the side where his strong laners are. Again, if they do go for these swaps early game, you need to make sure he's on the same side and his camps are cleared on that side where Upset and Mickey ends up.
It definitely feels a bit weird as well, because usually when you have the winning mid laner, it's really easy to play jungle because you can always invade raptors, you can always move around with your mid. But despite Poby dominating, it was still Sheo, the one that was actually invading Razork, taking his camps, getting leads, getting objectives. So overall, step up from Razork is definitely what Fnatic needs.
Definitely some synergy improvements that we need here from the jungle duo. GB, closing thoughts on Heretics, because you're the Heretics merchant here. You believe that they can make a splash in summer.
Game 1. You guys were shaking. You guys thought I was going to be right. Yeah. Surely they can take it to game 3, right?
All right, we're going to send it over to our caster minions for the next game. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Pool Party. All right, game 2, let's go. And by the way, we're hopping at the spar after this. There is no way that the analyst desk gets that all to themselves.
Yeah, I do feel a little bit like that Squidward meme where it's like, why are you not in uniform? Because you said we're caster minions and it's only you.
When you say the meme, you mean looking out the window, like out of his home window?
No, there's like a, why are you not in uniform? And then he squeaks off and SpongeBob. Yeah.
No, I was thinking him looking out the window and the analyst desk of SpongeBob, you know, running across the lawn.
Yeah.
They announced it. There was a cool game yesterday, and David Hasselhoff was in it.
Sorry, there's a new SpongeBob game?
Yeah, there is, and David Hasselhoff's in it.
That is fantastic.
Like, well, he does the song for it. I don't know if anyone saw the showcase. Absolute banger. Hopefully what we get in game 2. Now, eyes on the prize. We'll lock in because Team Heretics had that game in the palm of their hand. That's what makes this series competitive, is that I know a lot of people had expectations that Fnatic would be a top 3 team and should be, with how they finished, with how close they came and how good that bottom lane was last split. But the first 25 minutes of that game was pretty much all Team Heretics.
Yeah, I think it was just, the thing was, it was still back and forth, and it was kind of Heretics make the play, and then they kind of get a little advantage, and then they'd fumble the advantage, right? Because you think it started off well for them in the early game. They got that, you know, Dragon Steal into the invade, and you're like, okay, things looking up for Heretics. And then they fumble it, and 3 kills go across Fnatic almost immediately, right? And that, to me, was more the story of Heretics doing good things, but trying to push that advantage a little bit too far. So I think for this one, I want to still see them, you know, looking for the aggressive plays, but just being a little bit more tempered in how far they actually go for those plays.
Yeah, well said. Let's find out with what's available, because that Yunara is now off the board. That was first pick for Heretics in the last game, and it looked okay until it didn't, until the fights didn't, to say the very least. Now, Rumble's off the board as well. I'm thinking about the first pick Stagger is maybe there's going to be a tank jungle. Maybe we're getting Maokai for Heretics on B1 here.
Last game, potencijalno, možda Heretici uzmu pobedu. Doduše, bit će napad Fnatic opet na crvenoj strani. Heretici su birali opet plavo, što je interesantno. I uzeli su late game scaling mage na midu za Kamila u pobija koji će da ga ispresavi u 15 minuta.
And that's just going to get slammed, and he still follows over from MSI, which is insane. So with any jungler that can do the same.
Da li će Pobi nastaviti da igra ovako dobro kao što je igrao Game Broj 1? Jer ja lično ne mogu da kažem da ja sad očekujem tako nešto od njega, niti mislim da je realno staviti toliki pritisak, a ovaj Thresh je toliko loš. Thresh u trenutnoj meti je katastrofa.
Probably going to go for like a center lane here, right guys? So let's just slam this in now, but the option's not going to be there yet because Ambessa gets locked in. So Fnatic, what do you start banning away? Because no jungle, no top lane here.
Vidjet ćemo koji će igrati build također na Annie. I to mislim da je jako važno.
And just make things a little bit easier for her. Even the fact that you've already got the K'Sante gone is just like, okay, cool, like you're going to be fine and just have a decent time and come online as this Ambessa, maybe an hour if you're really worried, or you can just look for getting rid of a Zinzel, something like that. Something that can contest this Pantheon in the early game and just make things a bit easier for Razork as well.
Šta se dogodilo s metom da nam niko nije javio?
Ne znam, ovo je sve drugačije i drugačije isto. Mislim, Aphelios Thresh recimo je poznat kombo od ranije, ali ne mislim da je jak.
Ne znam da li je... Da li je baš jak da pikaš 2-3 na blue. Kapiram kao ajde 4. 5. na redu možda nešto izvučeš, ali...
Or you can go for something like a Jarvan and say I need to be that engage tool more so for this squad.
Ne znam kako će igrati, vidjet ćemo svakako.
Wonderful at being that big engage tool, so I'd be curious to see what way this lands.
As AD carry gets locked on 4, that means support last pick, but things like the Nami's up and available. Nico's also up and available.
Braum is the one I'm looking at, so I think
that's a good call.
Especially when you've got what you imagine is going to be some sort of engage, as you said, like the potential for, let's say, Sejuani here or Jarvan coming through for Sheo. I think having the Braum to try and be the dissuader after you get that initial engage is good. Plus, Ryze and Benny is pretty short, so you will get a lot of value from the ultimate.
I ovo sad jeste Braum, jel' tako?
Što ne bi bio?
Pa ne znam.
Najstariji katapult za Thresh.
Da.
Može i Pantheon na bot. Brian je dobila buffove, ovo nije nerealno. Ovo nije nerealno Haver. Buffova na Brian nije nerealno Haver.
Trolej, Braum. Samo lokite Brauma, nemojte se pretvarati.
Da.
Bit of a barrier between things like the Ryze, the Aphelios, into getting in some of the key targets.
Yeah, I think that's basically what you're trying to play for here. As Heretics, you've already got incredibly strong engage coming through from the potential, like flash engage from the Annie. Yep. You've got the Pantheon who can ult in, and Bessa can even look for it with the public execution. So having that support that can try and play for synergy with Lucian. I mean, on the cutie pie back in the day, the level 2 power spike between Braum and Lucian was the thing. But I think as well just protection for so much in the squad, because it is kind of a one-hit wonder coming through from Heretics, where you're hoping Sejuani lands onto a key target, Thresh can then hook to follow up, or you get the Camille as jumping onto the backline to try and one-shot the Lucian. So anything you can put in the way to protect that is going to help out Fnatic quite a lot.
Flacket is going to be good with the positioning as well, because Ambessa, Annie, things like the Pantheon dive as well.
Ok, ajmo da vidimo. Zanima kako će mi da... da prođe. Mislim, kad je na Orijani Pobi buildao full agro na Eni će vjerojatno raditi isto, samo je pitanje da li će biti Malignants agresivni ili će biti...
Ja se nadam da neće. Ja se baš nadam da neće.
Ne znam, ja volim Malignant što je najgore od svega.
I think it will be somewhat tough for Flacket on the bottom side, just with how aggressive you can play with upset on the Lucian, like dash forward, Braum jumps to you and then gets a good chunk of damage off, but we'll have to see how this one plays out as we get onto the Rift for game number 2.
Quarry FNC, okay.
Oh, it is nice to see the debut that we've got Fnatic crowd out and about. Ready for something to shout about as well. Poby had a good game 1. I mean, his CS difference was quite large, like individually over Camilo. They're talking a little bit about it on desk, where he had a really good entry as Fnatic, trying to make a good entry into game 2. This invade with Braum, one of the best invading champs, one of the best skirmishing champions. Oh, there is a stun on the mid laner, that is true.
So yeah, I think you're a little worried if you're Heretics trying to face check into this, but more so it's just going to be to get vision. Actually, do they place the ward down as they exit? No, so kind of faking the vision that's down, but going to hold on to it for a little bit. Actually, they did, yeah, just place one there over by the Raptors, but for Fnatic again, like...
Lucian, Braum i Thresh of Helios, iskreno, osjećam se kao da smo u meti na Heliosovom releasu, ono.
Da.
Eri, Ryze, znači samo izuzmemo Panteona u džungli i Ambessu i ubacimo starog Zeka i Jacksa u Camille matchup i dobili smo 2016. draft.
I čudno, Aftershock Thresh sa egzostom u spellbook meti mi je također malo čudno. Oba AD carry ranuju cleanse.
Igrao sam spellbook Thresha, mogu da ti dam info na to.
Slušam.
Problem s Threshom je što Thresh je, nažalost, na veliku žalost, u toliko lošem state-u da on mora da igra Aftershock. Iako on ima mitigation na Aftershocku jer je ranged. Ima manji dobija defensive, manje defensive statova. Mnogo je squishi. Znači on bukvalno ne može da reaktivira Q ako nema Aftershock. Insta je dead.
Si to mi brinu, ono, svojevoljno pikali takvog heroja.
Thresha će spasiti moment kada mu promene kao Rakanu što su uradili sa range na mele. Jer će onda moći mire duše da ranuje Aftershock. I da mu urede ono što su radili Lisinovom Q pre nekoliko godina, a to je da mu poveća range. Ili da mu smanje range, povećaju širinu. Samo da se malo ljudi, ili da mu za 0,1 sekundu smanje ili povećaju cast time čak. Da se ljudi samo za nijansu odviknu od Threshovog Q kao takvog Thresh opet biti S+1. A problem je što Thresh ima dobar win rate u solo queue.
To je fair. Vidjet ćemo šta će da rade.
Much like Blitzcrank, we just got to wait a little bit before another attempt is sent out. Also, the problem with Thresh early is one death sentence, like what, 100 mana or something? Like it's a decent chunk early on. Yeah, something decent. That's why I asked the support main rather than just make a guess.
It's just such a long cooldown. It's like 17 seconds, I think, at level 1. So it just means that it's a very, very... If you miss it, you are significantly more vulnerable for a lot of these plays. But yeah, I was trying to keep my eyes on towards Razork. Doesn't look like he's going to try and make anything happen on this top side. There's a good ward there from Carson as well, which should have spotted him out.
Carlson receiving the wave. Oscar's going to make sure the push comes in, so no freeze here. Carlson can't really play with that, and especially with the deep water. As you're mentioning, Razor behind enemy lines, gets a ward into blue side jungle.
Ajde, pobjedimo.
Spotted now as he goes through second side clear.
Ali mehanika sa Eniju, tradovanje sa Enije je toliki bijes da ja nemam reči. Jer on kad baci shield na sebe, on dobije jedan proc electrocuta. I on baci basic Q i ti ga udariš i on insta prokovao electrocute. To toliko nema smisla.
Se lane i na support, mnogo je broken.
Jako je naporno, jako je naporno. Znači, finale 2. avgusta. Moram praviti da nema raspored, dobro, ispisan, pošto imam ošće da nije.
Carlson je samo čankovan.
But the 2v1 is not working well for the Camille. Yeah, I don't think Carlson should have stepped up there. Oscar had already shown that he TP'd to bottom side, so you know that the swap is going to be coming through from Fnatic. Now Carlson gets hit.
Nema veze, lagana priča.
Little chunk as well. Magic damage comes through, and Mickey, really good winter's bite here. Carlson's just going to have to back away and probably use TP, but look at where the wave is. Slow pushing is chunky. Oscar Renan, not the same deal. Teleport going to be burned. Wait, they're going to die for this Dagda.
Yeah, they need to make something happen because they know they're going to lose
Oscar
on top end, but nobody here to protect Oscar.
Je mrtav.
Their sentence doesn't connect. That's the start though. Waiting for the flay as well. It comes through, but with the graviton.
Okay.
Set packing. First blood easily done with the denial of all those.
Yeah, the exhaust means that there is zero way you're going to be able to outplay that one for Oscar Renan, and there was just no support coming through from Fnatic, and a good call.
Čuo sam Froskurin. Zbunio sam se. Rekao je Froskarinin, samo sam se jako zbunio. Bobby ima 6. Će gledati da otvori ovdje na Raiza. Se vrati na mišljenje će ulta za prije, obično Eni pre nego što Rikola baci ulti da ispuša wave sa Tibersom.
Radi se to.
U ovo možda bude dobro, mogu nađu stand ako krene da varda. Ko je mrtav ovdje? Niko nije mrtav. Lepo, stand flash.
Ovo je najveća poenta.
Nice! Lepo za razroka, iskreno. Mislim, dobro, lepo u toj situaciji da skapira da je mrtav i da baci flašku dobije kill bar.
As Heretics, the fact that you end up getting the aftershock there from Sten keeps him alive just long enough to get underneath the tower and set up for another play.
Ok, pa pazi, bar se ne bar je žurka.
To make sure Flacky can actually crash this wave, and Fnatic can't keep this freeze up any longer.
Mickey's going to try and hold it at the very least, but yeah, not enough minions, it's too close, it's going to crash anyway, so nicely done. And you know, Sten, someone who received a bit of criticism at the start of the year for coming into the league, when a lot of people saying maybe he's not LEC ready. Last split he showed signs of life, signs of vigor that we talked a lot about, you know, towards the later end of the split. I feel like Stand already not too bad of a start considering he's engaged his last game. We're pretty clean outside of the fact that the fight started going haywire. We're going to see another one.
Evo ga opet heretici dajvuju. Pre 2 minuta su davali bot, sada dajvuju top. Ponovo, iskreno stand.
Da, lepo igra.
Stand, kako menadžuje agro i lampu. Svaka čast mača.
Heretics are starting to outplay Fnatic once more in this early game.
I just can't believe it. It looked messy. It looked like Razok was able to mitigate a lot from that dive, but Camilo picks up a double. As I said, in the midst of the play, Feet's now picked up at least the Warfare kind, and 1,500 gold lead again for Heretics. Dagda, you're dead on. Good early game once again to talk about from TH.
Yeah, but it's kind of the crucial members that are also picking up these kills, right? Camilo obviously getting that advantage now means that he is going to be much more potent in the side lane and being able to push and play with the realm warp.
Ok, idemo da će Fnatic se vrati.
Blacken managed to get to that early kill as well.
Nije ovo optimalno, soma i po gold ovako rano je dosta huge.
Is it there?
Stand u redu. Aphelios čakrami, ovo ne dobije.
Dropping down, Poby flashes out.
Problemi za Fnatic, baš problemi za Fnatic.
Poby end up dropping the Tibbers on towards Camilo, but look at his build. Magic resistant to Ruby Crystals. He's surprisingly tanky in this early stage, which means that you don't really get that big burst damage you were hoping for, and you'll see here, it gives time for the rest of Heretics to show up. Sten, good hook on towards Razor, throws the shield, but even with the electrocuting and everything, Camilo still above half HP, which means there's no real threat then for Blackout as he comes through, having the crescendum as well.
Baš nisam očekivao da će da puluju Aphelios trash kako treba. To baš nisam očekivao. Jer pulovati Aphelios trash trenutno meti je nerealno. Nerealno.
I mean, Sten will take a little bit more time to go back, but as you said before, kills were going on crucial targets.
Lepo. Mislim što je najjače Aphelios kad dođe do 2-3 itema sa Collector Infinityjem, LDR-om, on radi damage. Mislim to što umire to je okej, ali kao damage je ogroman svakako tu.
Yeah, I think this is where again you kind of get to open up as how do we want to try and play? This is Heretics, because we definitely have the advantage. All right, let's set up this 1-3-1 that we were looking for, right? Carlson now in the side lane. He's been slowly farming up. He's got a good lead against Oscarinen. Oscarinen can't go really toe-to-toe with him in the 1v1. Now with the Rod of Ages complete on towards Camilo, I don't really think Poby can commit to that side lane either. So this just becomes very difficult now for Fnatic to gain access to the map.
Camilo 3-0-1 na Ryze u ovom matchupu. A mislim da Miki sad nema toliko agencija koliko imao prošli game, tako da ćemo sad u stvari dobiti dobar odgovor. Jer kao Brown si, nisi Alistar. Alistar sa ball deliverijem druga priča. Ali Brown, koliko će playeva moći da pravi neki agresivan skok u flash ult, nisam baš siguran.
Od Browna je uvijek nerealno očekivati, pazi, da igra, da napravi bilo što agresivno.
Poby's going to be positioned on the map to go up against Camilo. Oscarinen may need to TP down to this bottom side, honestly, to try and break, because again, Carlson set up a nice freeze for himself, and he's just slowly starting to gain more resources. So Heretics playing the side lanes better and positioning the map better than Fnatic right now.
In this game as well, I mean, similar to last game, I guess, we're talking about a front to back, but you talked about the individual setup for the team fight here. You talked about what Sejuani does and how they find picks with Thresh as well, right? But the 1-3-1 that you've been talking about all game, if the game is chill, and a 1-3-1 is at even neck, you know...
Neću dobro extenduje. Da, ovo je veliki problem za Fnatic jer ja ne vidim što oni rade ovde. Poby uzeo Malignance da bi češće ultao, što je okej, ali... Treba će im ozbiljan fight.
Okay, Tom Cruise, take it easy. Second kill over to Fnatic.
Jumps into the helicopter.
Zašto ono kad si me pitao prošli game, da li kao očekujem da svaka ekipa koja hoće da contenduje za Worlds, da treba da pobede stompuje Heretike?
Dobro.
Pa mislim, at this point, ako Heretici igraju ovako, ne slažem se više s tim. Jer kao ovih prvih 12 minuta nije čak i Fnaticova greška. Heretici igraju dobro. Zar ne?
Mislim da je fair take sa ovih 12 minuta, ali prvi game je bio dosta kritičan, tako da mislim da je, ne znam. Fnatic opet ništa nije uradio, mislim. Ja opet kažem, od ekipe ko contestuje Worlds, to što Heretic dive-uje, mislim, aj sad, okej, Heretic contestuje Worlds, očigledno, ako je tako krenuo. Ali kao to moramo da vidimo od Fnatica, konstantno. Jer mislim da Kina Koreja to neće praštati, Kina Koreja će dive-ovati 6 puta češće i 6 puta tačnije. A sad izgleda kao da Fnatic čeka da Heretici naprave grešku, što opet je... Nije baš način na koji će da pobediš, da.
To je pojenta kako su Korejci, kada su bili u Prime, pogotovo kad su stalno osvajali Worlds, što su ljudi morali da prave play-eve protiv njih, jer nikada nisu dolazili u situaciju da oni naprave grešku koja može da se eksploatiše dovoljno.
Da.
Sve su bile sitne jako.
Carlson has Hextech ultimatum. This could be a dive if he plays his cards right.
Yeah, I think he's setting up for that because Sten was starting to move up there. He's now gone mid to protect Defelios instead. And here we go. This is going to be a dive.
It's good burst. Carlson shield, but the ulti out from Oscar. Does he really want that? The ultimatum even with a whip.
Odličan dive, odličan. Super dive.
Ček,
Evo ga pobara, evo ga pobara. Ide pobara, ba.
Čekaj da nađe damage.
Pobara, damage out.
Čekaj, ne, samo
Izvadi iz džepa damage, pobara. Ajde, shutdown.
On the board for the mid laner.
But the problem is, Poby's now TP top. He's already lost the majority of the wave. Camillu's pushing bot, so Camillu's going to get the tower. You're losing the rest of this wave on the bottom side as well. And you just went 1-for-1, right? And now you're down that summoner spell. So I think for Fnatic, it's not really worth to try and turn that play around. I think Heretics, at least not getting the tower will help a little bit, but you could have used these TPs for these upcoming objectives and tried to get a little bit more.
And further to your point, in a 1-3-1 comp, when you have TPs up and available around objectives, which 2 minutes on the board, if you can look at my little circle, boom and boom.
Great circle.
They're going to have it for Dragon, right? And at 1 minute 50, side laning being so important, Carlson has that flexibility. So, again, set up here for Team Heretics as they trade 1-for-1 and get those minions denied.
Yeah, it also means that the way you can set up now is slow push here on the bottom side with Camillu. You can start to threaten that tower. You can also have, so basically you can threaten with Camillu on towards the tower.
Okay.
You can also threaten on towards, hey, I'm going to run up river, and I'm actually going to look
Bukvalno ja crtam. Ovako bi izgledalo da Fortuna ima crtanje.
Jednog dana tehnologija će biti naša.
Evo ga, konačno čovek koji builda Yeti kako treba. Ide Liandry Sorajlaj, faca, ili eventualno dodatno Skrš, ali mislim da je Liandry Sorajlaj. Zašto? Zato što znam. Pobi. Pazi, Pobi ovdje ima ugao da performuje iskreno, jer on single handle može da ugasi Afelija svako odigra dobro. Oscar Ingud. Evo, flash mu je za 1. Unlucky. Dobro, pazi, bar je uzeo razliku flash, što je fajn. Šteta za njega što nije bio, imao sreće. Ma da zar on nije mogo da ulta? Možda nije imao ni ult. Mogo je da ulta instant nakon Pantonovog double-a.
Not a demolish though on Oscar Ridden, so he's not going to get too much, and of course shield bash, you know. But still, it's so slow without grub, so Oscar is going to be able to do a little bit of damage here.
Vjerovatno nije. Mislim, mogao je čekati da Pantov baci flash da konfirma ulti, ali dobro. Možda također da možda rikne ovdje. Ima flash. Dobro, interesantan TP od Camila.
I think it's more to try and answer for this top push from Fnatic, because Fnatic should be able to get this third. Carlson had to back away. There was just too many people around this top side, so I think it's more for Camillu to try and get the tower and answer, as Shale will turn over towards the Dragon. And again, Heretics answering 1-for-1 on kills, and now trading up on objectives as well, because it's 1-for-1 on tower.
Ibali nađu. Ovaj game će bude zanimljiv, mogu bi da
even if you're 5-10 seconds later, is still going to be that much quicker. 2 people required to push turret from Fnatic. And while first break does go to Heretics, Fnatic do catch up. 3k gold still the lead. Double Dragon again start here for Heretics. Like, there's still the book in their favor.
They're going to get mid lane tower as well here. Look at the collapses coming through. Upset just can't stick around here by himself. Oscar Ridden has to defend the tier 2 on bot, and it's just gone. And that's even without using the Rift Herald. So now you actually get to use this Rift Herald for one of the tier 2s, which is far more valuable, especially if you can take it down and get that gold early.
It feels like we're glazing Team Heretics a lot, but I'm fine with that. Both games have had really good map play, and you know, there has been a lot of question behind the scenes, right? Like,
Flekt je u jako nepretnoj poziciji da imaš pickaxe i klukova agility sa nastakovanim kalom.
Kako se osjećaš sad i getting nothing?
Da, baš je neprijatna situacija. Znaš, kao imaš damage, a nemaš damage. A toliko si blizu da uzmeš Infinity i da budeš ono prejak.
You couldn't say the same thing. Carlson, I'd argue the same question. Like, people like, hey, is this guy LEC ready? We don't know. But, man, for Team Heretics, I think there's a lot of promise in the roster, and obviously, Dagda, last split, I got very excited about Carl Carlson with his promise to the league as well.
Yeah, and I think it's been interesting to see where they've landed, because they've always just kind of squeaked in to playoffs, and it has been a case of, okay, well, we're expecting them to do the same here coming in towards groups. We heard the Desk talk about it a little bit, but how far can it go? I mean, a win against Fnatic would be huge for them, especially in this single round robin.
Yeah. Single round robin, one best of 3 against Fnatic would be huge. Death Sentence not going to catch the flash.
Aha, single round robin. Ja sam se, napio sam lapsus kao da je 1 za 1. Best of 1.
Yeah, you can see Poby was looking for a reset there. Fnatic playing for potentially this ward and the opportunity for Poby to try and come in behind enemy lines, but actually just going to finish pushing in this wave as Heretics backed off. So we're going to have to see if that is spotted at some point in time or whether that just continues to be a threat that Fnatic can use.
Čekaj, Heretici outscaluju i to prilično. Ja bih rekao hard outscaluju, jel da?
Da, mislim da je to fair,
Kao Fnatic mora sad da uzme raid. Nazad.
I think Heretics though are doing what they kind of need to, putting pressure on towards this bottom side away from where the Atakan is going to spawn.
Okej, Camilo van pozicije.
Ali što radi on?
Flash. Flash je bio grif.
Jo.
Captain Jack Lens, bravo, Flekt. Nemoj da stojiš da basicuješ. Flekt, nemoj da se okrećeš. Bravo, odlično, veoma lepo. Prelepa, mislim, prelepo od pobija što je prepoznao koliko je Camilo bio van pozicije.
Ali šta je Camilo tu radio? To mi nije jasno.
Nije njemu jasno.
It's not like Stend has the belt. I'm so confused. Atakan's going to be taken, but Fnatic, back-to-back, have now been given an entry into this game.
Great play from Poby, though. Again, like immediate flash stun. He was waiting for absolutely nothing. As then, with the hook.
Are we going to get
joj. Carlsene.
Ne. I sada je Camilo također tu da umre, opet je rebacio flash u
Oni
prazno.
su ukrali!
Da.
Ja sam gledao gore šta se dešava, uopšte nisam gledao.
Blackout's joined in thanks to the dark passage. Calibrum out of range. Oscar can thank his lucky stars, but man, we're devolving into messiness here as Fnatic walk away from the fight.
Both games now, Sheo has got the better of Razork when it comes towards these smites, and now he just walks into him.
Razork, the disrespect from both teams is real.
Imao je flash.
Into a death sentence.
Niko nije pokupio humanoida, to mi je čudno.
Pa ne znam, mislim da možda, kome je trebao mid laner ovaj split?
Yeah, Mickey basically trying to keep Sheo out of the pit, but there's no one else to really help him. And the Oscar in and goes back there to try and go on towards Carlson, but Sheo just walks in then, steals the objective, and both Upset and Poby go so low off the back of the damage. Upset actually goes down, and it means that, yeah, sure, Oscar Innen's able to finish people off, but they're just waiting here for the Aphelios to walk up. Sen gets the hook, Lanterns in the Aphelios, and then they're able to tear through Fnatic. The fact they got the Atakan is huge for them.
I mean, it's such a big injection, and we're fighting again. Remember, it's third dragon. Infernal Soul looms, and Soul Point for Team Heretics is now on the cards. They have full control of the river. Fnatic are backing off, and
Konektareni ne ovako.
What was used in the last fight, it seems to be enough. Team Heretics going deep for this one as Razork tries to take Gromp away, but Stend is on the march. It's a realm wall as well.
O, lepo, Stende, brate moj.
Oni brute force-uju ovo, ju.
Okay, Heretics still have an 80 carry. The turret's still going to go down. Carlson just likes going forward. As the death sentence won't connect this time around, but Heretics are taking everything from the boss side of this map.
Heretics are playing so well. Everyone is on the same page. Everyone is jumping forward.
Got another.
Is hitting everyone.
Mickey gets flying in, and an ulti to bite that dust. Flacken will take kill number 3.
And Dragon number 3 off the back of it as well. Consistently, Heretics have been able to catch Razork out in positions where he shouldn't be, then find more off the back of it, and they're looking now at this Dragon.
Bookster, da, krenuo je novi split, to je finalni split.
But honestly, Dagda, I don't know if I can say that. I just... There was a will, there was a way in game 1, and in this game we've seen that Team Heretics are not infallible.
Na Fanatiku baš treba neki insane fight ovde, a mislim da nemaju dovoljno resursa da urade to. Možda kada Upset uzme Infinity, ali mislim da i tad je napeto.
Ali šta je za Fnatic insane fight?
Da Pobi može da ulta Carsena, Camila i Flekta u isto vreme.
It still becomes incredibly difficult because Blackout already has the cleanse as well. So him
Tako
to je da ja dam hit 3 prvu utakmicu za Liverpool.
Tako je, pa otprilike.
Kind of looking at these tankier members to try and one shot here as Poby, but or at least set up for the stun into the follow up. But I just don't know if you've got enough in the tank realistically to try and follow through.
I'm excited to ask that question though, Dagda. I'm excited to ask what the limits can be pushed as third item on the way for Flacket here.
And that's actually the surprising part to me is how well Upset has been farming. So basically 20 CS lead is essentially even.
Mislim da se razumemo, impresioniran sam standom.
Sandow has finished his third item. So maybe
Sjajan aftershock exhaust trash.
Maker here in the fight to just be like, hey, I'm the one that can actually go even. And we already saw Poby can do a decent chunk of burst. And Diani, if she can tick over to 16, can do her job regardless.
Mickey and Upset again. Showing us what Trial by Fire looks like. Sheo, a new target. Winter's Bite will get the concussive blow to set up, but getting close. Razork ulti's in. There's one with a permafrost.
Takav wireless Johnny ulti.
Rather, it is a glacial vision, but Sheo just walked back in because he's playing.
Samo što nisu brstali Sedžu.
Taken away.
I oni su 5-man na midu, ovi 1-3-1 split i Fnatic nema odgovor. Sad čekaš Razork da Kamilu ulta. Jao, kakav ulti od Oskara. Aj, jao. Carlsen here to šta? Ne. Šta se dogodilo ovdje, Rale? Šta je ovo? Šta gledamo?
Oskar mora da je prvan, instant. Ovo je treći put ovaj game, da Oskarin ulta. Pobi!
Čekaj da padne shield.
Evo ga opet, kako ih peca lik! Ljubomoran sam, bukvalno.
Takes down Mickey in the top of the map.
They tried desperately on Fnatic to find their moment, everything thrown, but the fact that Razork and Oskarin's ultimates were down, they couldn't really find that success. And then Mickey...
Ako odemo u Game 3, ja navijam za Heretike, samo želim to da napomenem.
It's not really the follow-up, it's desperate from Fnatic and Heretics.
Čekaj. Miloš Šajinović navija za Heretike.
Pa neću navijam za Fnatic, Oskar igra u... Šta?
Ali za Heretike.
Pa neću da navijam za Oskara sigurno, ja nikad ne navijam za Oskara. Mislim, Pobi, volao bi da Pobi performa, ali ja ne navijam za Oskara nikad. Ja mislim da ima mnogo boljih top lanera na MA nivou, što je malo kritično.
You're not even going for items anymore. Camilo going for the Sorcerer's Elixir as well. They just want to end this in one punch.
I just love that, you know, that fight I'm like, okay, hang on, poor Sheo might be caught out, stunned up. Razork doesn't do any damage to this pig. You're going to walk away. Ulti for ulti, setting up. Tippers is out. Sheo taking a
Camilo dead.
While Stand might be dead through mid. Oskarin sets
A
up.
Flaked ima mnogo damage-a, Flaked da ne diraju.
Živ Flaked. To Oskare, da, ne. Ajoj, brate. Oskar sa 150 helta se flasha u 3 item flekta sa kolektorom.
Za mene ovo nevjerovatno. Kako je Stand odigrao ovaj game, ljudi? 17 od 18 kill participacija, 1 smrt. Sa Trashom u ovoj meti u Pantheon, Brown, meni Lucian. Sa 3 savršeno egzekutovana dajeva. Znači, standu da se klanjaju. Bravo, majstore.
Ok, 1-1. Imaćemo Decider. Da vidimo ko će dobiti ovu seriju. Fanatik u problemu, očigledno imaju baš problema i da se primetiti 1-3-1 split, Fanatik ne može igra protiv toga jer očigledno shot calling nije tu, tako da pauzica 11 minuta, isto kao i uvek i vraćamo se u finalni game. Da vidimo da li Heretici prave upset ili će Fanatik ipak da dobije ovu seriju, tu smo za 11 minuta.
Team fighting has been berserk this series as well. That guy's looking pretty good, isn't he, Law?
Pretty good indeed, Flacket. Thank you so much. Amazing performance on Aphelios. If you had to sum it up with one word, what would it be?
There's one word in Spanish that is inmaculado, which means like pixel kinda. Yeah. But in reality, I think I played kinda shit. Really? Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh my god, you won when you were not able to do it the last game. What was the difference this time?
I mean, I think first game we were like really, not confident enough, I would say. And as well, in fights, I was kind of griefing. I think I died twice with like flash up. I mean, overall, it was a bit of messy comps. Like we were not tracking like summoners. We were not like really discussing how we want to play fights. But this second game, we went like way more confident in. And I mean, let's see how game 3 goes.
Passion, aggression, vision. Flacket, thank you so much for the interview. I'm going to let you join your team. They come back in this series. Let's see if they can close it out after this.
can flash on him. Go, 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 go. I can move. I can move. Okay. He's not flash for 10 seconds. Okay, all you guys, all you.
Here's that.
Nice.
Nice, nice, nice. No pressure.
I don't want to kill Ricky, no? Yes, 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 of course.
I need to back him, back him, back him, back him, back him, back him.
Hook him too, hook him too. I can do it.
I have loosened too. I'm trying.
I have hook.
And play with flag again, play with flag again.
Double kill.
Welcome back to LEC. We just witnessed absolute destruction. That was really loud. Holy crap. But Fnatic are probably hearing something much louder from their coaches, as that was an absolute disaster. Gentlemen, aside from that sick-ass gong, how do we feel about that game?
I mean, you can't blame draft after that one.
You know,
that was
you
just
can't.
Sloppy gameplay from Fnatic.
Well, the draft got worse. Like, game one draft looked a lot better. But this is the second game in a row, correct me if I'm wrong, where it has been an absolute blasting. Team Heretics have been demolishing Fnatic. What is going on with Fnatic? This was supposed to be, like, easy peasy.
But I feel like they're just messing up the swaps. It's just silly little mistakes. Like, Oscar is TPing to a wave that he can't even contest, and then he sits there, waits for him to stack the wave, and then just gets dove. And he has no TP to get back to the lane and catch the wave. I don't know, it's just really sloppy, I think, and it's just a lot of questionable decisions that, you know, with a little bit of logic, I feel like you would understand why they're bad. But let's look at this fight, for example. Just like, yeah, GB, you take it away.
Yeah, but you like, the first you talk about is just one mistake of many. They're just not disciplined. It feels like they are just forcing themselves to make way too many plays. They're not first in the ball. I mean, kudos to Camilo. He bounced back a lot. He made a lot of plays with his rise from the mid lane. Sheo is still the driving factor of the team. This time around, he's not the one power farming. Rastok actually did a good job power farming. But Sheo is the one who's just making sure that the team can make plays. And this bot lane for Team Heretics had a fantastic game.
And it felt, again, a bit like a jungle diff. I don't know, Sheo is just making more plays happen. Rastok was trying. It wasn't like he was AFK, but right now, Sheo is the one I'd rather have.
Yeah, no, 100%. But I still have a lot of issues with Fnatic's team play in general. It just feels like I'm watching some people play solo queue every now and then. Finn talked about the TP. Finn talked about the TP from Oscar down in the bot side, where he's TPing into a wave that he can't even push out. So he might as well just have walked. That could have saved them for the first dive where they got first blooded, right? Then it's the team fights. The cohesion is just not there from Fnatic, and I think they need to pace themselves instead. Because if you're looking at Team Heretics, they're actually stressed.
Yeah, there are still a lot of mistakes. They are still getting caught in mid-game. What's the difference between game one and game two at this point? Because it was a similar start to both games. Fnatic did manage to pull it back. They did find a pick around mid lane where Poby got the anti-ult down. Why were Team Heretics able to convert it, or what was Fnatic lacking in this game two?
I think it was much harder to brute force with Fnatic's comp in this game two. Like, it felt like game one, even when the engage didn't really work, they didn't get the ball, it still just pop flack it, one-shot him. But in this draft, it's like much harder.
And it was like Heretics got this massive lead, right? And then they kind of got a little bit sloppy on the side lanes, and they just kept dying on the side lanes. But after a while, Heretics was like, wait, we don't have to really go push at the silence that deep. As long as we play together as 5,
just stay around.
Fnatic just don't really have any options anymore. And it's just they figured out that on the go, and I feel like that adaptation is what was lacking in game 1, but in game 2 it came in clutch, and that's what they were able to close it up.
I think we should just straight up show those early game stats. You have them right here, right? Does this look like a team that allowed the enemy team to have anything to do? Usually you swap objectives. You can get a couple trade-offs in. This amount of gold lead, this Herald, or not Herald control, but the Grub control, the Dragon control, it's just so bread and butter for Team Heretics. I feel like they could just stick to an objective game plan if they want to. But that's also where some of their mistakes are happening, because when they're not sticking to it, they're overforcing a little bit. They are still making mistakes.
Does it look like a team that won't make playoffs, GV?
Oh, it looks like a team that's going to make playoffs, Jack. I'm glad you're bringing that back up. I think Fnatic look like a team that's going to make playoffs. That's my question to you.
That's too hot.
Let's look at it.
Okay, guys, remember, most teams make playoffs, or at least make the cross-group decider match. But for Fnatic, the question I think with Poby is obviously you want to see an uptick in performance. You don't expect to see it immediately. But this feels like is this a downgrade for Fnatic? Is this an uptick for Team Heretics?
Where like Poby was the problem.
Not at all.
But maybe not the solution.
That is a good point.
I don't know.
Like, you need a player right now that can make Fnatic a team. Like, it's always been an issue. The issue is the late game is that they make scattered calls. One person get caught, or like a bad team fight happens. It just feels like they're falling apart from a strategical aspect. I'm not seeing a Fnatic that's better at making any decisions.
Yeah, I want to see this fight, because it looks like a decent engage by Poby here, but the damage is just not enough to have at this stage. I really like this engage, but now they just keep getting ran down by the Sejuani that is just so tanky. And it feels like, as we said before, that when Heretics groups is 5 with their comp, there's no tools for Fnatic.
But even if I'm a Fnatic fan and Fnatic manages to come back in this next game 3, I'm still disappointed. Going up against the team. Yeah, I mean, that is a very good point. But Team Heretics, on paper, should be a team that you just roll over. Like, I think a lot of people thought today was going to be a 2-0 for Fnatic.
Yeah.
But Team Heretics, with around Shale, they're just doing a phenomenal job at controlling the pace of the game.
I think on the side of Team Heretics, I do want to focus some praise in their direction. We kind of talked about last season's finish on 6th being a bit of a fluke as we look back at some of these key moments here. It's starting to feel like this team is actually just consistently getting better and better and is looking once again at a potential high placement based on at least these first 2 games.
It is one of my favorite projects to watch out of the teams that we've had, because they came in with a roster that a lot of people thought was questionable on paper, but every split, they have improved. And I still think we're seeing some of those improvements as well. I want to highlight, again reiterate, I've really loved the Aphelios Thresh being brought out from Flacket and Stent. It shows confidence, and it shows that you're willing to try and make your own meta down in the bot lane, because it's been a while since we've seen Aphelios Thresh.
I mean, it's funny to me because I had both Machuki and Naru as my coaches, and we had a period where every draft they wanted me to play Aphelios because they were like, "It's your best champ, Jack, play Aphelios." So I wouldn't be surprised if it's Naru and Machuki pushing that champion.
They might be even more happy with Flacket now instead.
Hey, we were winning on the Aphelios, okay?
It will sadly didn't transition to stage, but it has for Flacket, which is good news. Returning to Fnatic, hopefully not for the final time, but it very well might be, at least in the context of this series. What do you need to see? We've talked about team play. We've talked about some of the individual performances, the catastrophic lane deficits. If you had to pick one thing for them to focus on in this game, what is it?
I mean, I can only go what they're talking about since the draft. They go hit the game 3. They have chosen blue side. So now they finally have some agency to kind of create their own rhythm in the draft. Maybe they can get someone they're happy with finally, but I just need to see Razork being a little bit more comfortable. I feel like he's getting a little bit distressed. Like, if a play goes somewhat wrong, then he kind of tries to overcompensate for that not happening as the way he wanted to, and then he goes a little bit deep, and then it becomes double wrong.
All right, all eyes on Razork. See if he can pull it out in the early game, or if Sheo will once again take over as we send it back to our casters for Game 3.
Yes, thank you very much, Pantless Man. Okay, let's go. Game 3, it felt like Heretics had Game 1 in the palm of their hands, and they did really. 6K gold lead. Unfortunately, they threw it away a bit, and Fnatic really grasped it back. But last game, fantastic. And I mean, Heretics, what a showcase opening up in their first series.
This has been fantastic. Like, again, it's kind of small individual mistakes that have given Fnatic windows back in. But overall, they have been smarter on how they play the map and been better at setting up of how they can use the advantages that they found on the map better. And I think at this stage, it's kind of on Fnatic to really pick up the pieces here. It has not looked good. Shea has been outperforming Razork every step of the way. Smites early game when it comes to pressure on the map, like, he really just needs to step up and find some way to control this early game for Fnatic.
It does feel like an astrological gap between Sheo and Razork in this series. Like, not just the walk-in of Smite, but even in Game 1, Sheo's Nocturne was all over him. And so you're right, it needs to be a step up here. Some members of Fnatic are trying to pick apart the pieces. Some members of Fnatic are trying to pull it together, but it doesn't feel like a cohesive unit. We're about to move into pick and ban. Game 3. And in Fearless, that's always nice. Getting to this final solution. What's it going to be here? A lot of 80 carries out. Kais is a big deal. Yunara is a big deal. But the vibe, perma-banned here on blue side so far today, it seems, as Gwen will follow suit.
Yeah, Varus, I don't think we're going to see much of Varus, to be honest, as this play
We're going to agree with that.
Go on, but yeah, I'm curious now what they want to continue. Is here more than likely going to be the continuous red side ban alongside that there, as there it is coming through. Xin Zhao, though, still up and available for those junglers, which was kind of the one that I was keeping my eyes on for quite a while. Like, he is most played in LPL, he is second most played in LCK, so I thought we'd get a little bit more of him, but maybe this is where the party shifts across to.
Yeah, maybe now, right? Fnatic, what jungler do they want?
Evo ga, Game 3, finalni decider, da imamo ko će ovdje izaći na vrh. Očigledno plava strana jeste ono što obe ekipe žele, to je sve ekipe žele. Či obzir kako ide ovih dana. Ćemo da li će Fanatiku išto da znači, ali...
It does make sense, because I think a lot of the power picks have already been taken away. If you look across at the eastern regions, there's a lot of Sivir, there's a lot of Jhin and these kind of champions that are creeping in, but we'll have to see if that's what Upset wants to try and go for here, but I still think opting towards
trying to be mid again, but wow.
Towards matching the early AD carry and support is your best bet.
Oh my, now, Mickey has self-proclaimed to us that he is the best Nico support in the LEC. But we do have a legend in the mid lane who is a very good Nico mid. So let's hold on that, let's wait and see if we get a bit of cinema for our final game. The hover is out of respect here. Team Heretics just thinking about what they can do, maybe to match. As Ezreal, of course, along for upset is one pick you talked about, Dagger, at the start of today. Are they going to get their jungler here? Jax? That could technically be a flex, but most likely top, right?
Yeah, I mean, Jax was kind of the answer to Zinzao because a lot of his damage was auto-attack based.
That is true.
In the jungle. So I can see the similar logic being applied here to Trundle, where it's just like, well, you just straight up can't hit me, so I win.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see if that's what Shea was thinking here. I'd imagine it is more than likely going up towards Carlson in that top lane, though. And I thought actually we'd get a little bit more of the top lane bans, but with Camille gone and Bessa gone, and also like some of the tanks already been taken off the board, I don't think there's a huge amount that can really answer into Jax in that top side of the map.
Yeah. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, a lot's been taken off as Heretics have got rid of Victor from Poby. His most played of Challengers League earlier in this year, and they're assuming that it is going to be Mickey with the Nico in the bot side. The tree taken away from EU. Seems like a good call when Team Heretics really only have few options left available. The Jace also taken away as well. The Lilia, they think that is definitely going to be Jack's top. Further to that, as that Nico could also be, excuse me, that Aurora could be anywhere. Could be a mid Aurora, that could also be top right now. We've got some flex being played with.
So that's what I was just trying to look up. I was trying to see what Oscar Rennan looked like on the Aurora, because I can't think of him in my head that he's actually brought it out, but I could be wrong with that.
He's played a lot of picks, so I don't blame you.
But I was going to say that's probably the only other thing I'd imagine into the Jax in that top side, but kind of taking that away. So it looks like still going to opt in towards
Aurora Jax igra Fanatic jako on. Možda?
Kolega, ne znam kako se ovo dogodilo. Evo me.
Šta, ovaj draft?
Ne, to što ja nisam bio tu, ali...
Ma to lagano, ne brini se ništa. Što si kao vreme Mumoa, koja je fora?
Koja je fora, kažete nama.
The only thing is, you're kind of now looking at, okay, can we rely on Mickey with his flashes to close that gap to make sure that we can get the big pop blossom off as that engage, or Poby hitting a Cinder Stun to try and set that up. So it is a little bit conditional when it comes towards the engage tools, especially when you've got a lot of like leap strikes or repositioning from Heretics.
It's Jack's jungle.
It is Jack's jungle, okay.
I mean, that's again, Fnatic use 2 jungle bans. Jax was pulled in early. You talked about the theory behind it running into Trundle, and now Aatrox goes into the Gragas. It feels like for Team Heretics, they played with these flexes really well.
Yeah, we'll have to see now if it is going to be able to find that success, because I still think if you can have Camille push in mid and start to join with Jax, that could be fantastic. But in a straight up 2v2, if I'm Fnatic, I can still play the 2v2, just target Camille, right? And then you still end up winning out on the extended play. So I'm curious exactly how you want to try and play the mid jungle on Heretics, but still, I think for Heretics, you've got decent engage, you've got decent side lanes again, good team fighting. And Fnatic, similar story, and a lot more disruption. So I think, again, it is going to come down to how both these teams execute, and Heretics thus far have kind of been the team that's been executing better.
Feels like Fnatic as well, to add a layer onto that, there's a bit of range set up too, like Syndra, Ezreal, things like Trundle into the mix with Gragas. That is a paragraph, I'm not reading it, but it says it to what did. Everyone at home can do that for me. It's been on long enough, I may as well have read it. And now I can't. All right, never mind. Look.
No, go for it. There we go. Go.
It's to what did. I just watched him all morning. Time cameraman just destroyed me. All right, well, game 3. Remember, it's only a single round robin. Winner walks away with the best of 3 win to start off their split in summer. And you've heard every win counts, and sometimes you think it's rubbish, but it really is true here. The winner walking away with a massive head-to-head win, with a massive best of 3 start. If Team Heretics could do this against Fnatic, it would set a statement in the league before it's even begun.
I mean, it also puts the fear of God into SK and BDS and other teams that are kind of competing. We'd imagine, maybe Fnatic included, who are competing for the spots at the bottom.
I'm Bobby. Bobby.
Vidi, igra heroja s kojim će ozbiljno moći da snowbola, tako da bit će fan, svi su otišli sa herojima na ruke, tako da Disi će bude lepo nabadanje, agresivna partija.
because it's been pretty stellar from them thus far. Clean.
Vidjet ćemo koliko će Miki moći da uradi opet. Sad je dobio isto kao u prvoj partiji heroja koji definitivno može sam da napravi veliku razliku. Kažem, nabravo mu je. Mislim, Stan ga je gapao prošli game, što jest. Da vidjet ćemo šta će moći ovdje da radi. Miki će postane Vard. Postiće Ezreal.
Again, consistency is really important, but in best of threes, that also matters within the realms of the series. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about him all day. And there's one special man out there as well, who's also been mentioning him too. Don't forget that we've hyped up the mid laner of Fnatic, who I don't think is a problem today. I think Poby has had an okay debut, and he's had CS gaps.
Faker je rekao da može on to.
Honestly, Poby's kind of been the...
A nije mala stvar da ti Faker kaže da možeš ti to.
When you look back to game number 1, it was his play to help Razork stay alive on the Wukong with the shockwave that started that Fnatic rise once more towards the top. And in the last game as well, he had that play, that pick onto Camille with the flash and he stunned that nearly turned that game around for Fnatic. So definitely it's been Poby who's kind of been the shining light for me. And I think for a lot of the T1 fans and the T1 team, they'll be looking at him to see that hopefully he can find that success. And honestly, the team can kind of step up around him to support him in that endeavor.
It is really nice, again, from Faker and Ona, you saw there, like the support that's come through from old teammates only through a brief window, but old comrades through the same organization in T1. Really think he can do
Ponovo Poby prva 3 levela igra dosta lepo pro Camila, dosta ga bulija. A ovaj matchup nije toliko lako to raditi u ovom matchupu. Tako da vrlo cijenim ovo što se događa sada.
Range is such a big factor, and Camilo in a bit of hell here with orbs down, but Sheo coming in might change it immediately. Poby not going to be flashed on, but he flashed.
Mora da igra oko mida, da pomogne malo Camilu, jer će zna da su problema. Ako Syndra dobije da lane na 1 na 1 i dobije momentum, samo ne igraš.
Slažem.
Not having that summoner spell does mean he'll have to be very careful of potential for like when Flack and extend reset, potentially for a play on mid, but Razork look for the dive.
He's thinking about the dive. Both summoners are up, flashes immediately, cleanse, then Flack and matches it, but the root...
Ovo je ponovo dobar dive, ali ovog puta, ovo je radio Heretics prošli game.
First blood over to Razork, but they're going again, Dagda, they're going again. Stand up against the turret is going to charge out and at least get Fnatic's flash in the end. Razork has to burn his. Sten does survive for the time being, but Fnatic are denying all these minions against Flacket.
Nicely done by Mickey. So turns into the cannon minion so you don't get that ramp damage off the turrets. And he's able to just tank that up for such a long period of time. Set up for a kill on Flacket and a ton of minions now lost. Stend, I thought might have been trying to interrupt the resets, but we'll have to be a little bit careful if he did.
Pull the minion wave a little bit, hoping he can find a cancel the reset, as you said. Carlson not going to get too much as a body slam from Oscar Renan disengages him from the trade. Meanwhile, Razork has moved all the way to topside quite quickly and is defending his topside camp as he starts on the Grok.
So I think for Fnatic now, you can already see where Mickey's going on the map. It is the Ezreal going towards the mid lane. It's kind of the protect mid a little bit until Poby's flash is back up and available. And this is kind of the scary moment we were talking about, is when Blacken and Sten go for a reset and Sten is missing heroes.
Yeah, I mean, there's no minion wave, he just came up individually.
Yeah, but it's just a case
što Miki igra oko njega, to mi se dopada. Obično je Sajna već jednom pomenuo da mora da se obrati pažnje na to kako igra Sheo oko Kamilu je iz prostog razloga što je u tebi u interesu kao jungleru da svoje laner manje muči.
Finally, a bit of trade connects as I've noticed back-to-back games, Dagda, Dark Seal in the inventory, whether that's confidence or just good...
Ne mogu da procenim koliko si imali vremena da vežbaju s popijem, ali verujem da nije bilo previše.
It's not a bad plan, right? Like you don't lose out on a huge amount of gold when you sell it, and it's cost efficient when you initially get it. So it's never a bad idea to do it. It's like something nice does a huge amount as well. But Fnatic putting pressure on this bottom side. So with Flacket having the freeze in top lane again, Oscar kind of needs to find a job, so it's down towards his bottom side and help Fnatic secure the plates.
I mean, that bot dive has ruined the game for Team Heretics. They're going to swap into the mismatch now, but Camilo and Sten are coming down, so for Fnatic, it's not going to be as easy as that. Oscar in doesn't have his...
Gragas je tip heroja koje Oscar uvek treba da igra. Mislim da se s tim slažemo obojica.
Da, 100%.
And Fnatic back away. There's no retribution, there's no hold, and they're going to walk out with this gold lead. They're going to go back to the lanes that they want, with Upset moving to top.
Yeah, at least the wave now is pushing back out to Oscar, but they are going to lose a little bit on the wave that's pushed in that top side. But I imagine now that we'll actually have
Oscar sad lagan stoji skela, ništa ga ne interesuje.
bottom side, but Carson might be in trouble.
Oscar Renan has level 6. Carlson might have the world
Carlson
end of
je
his end of worlds.
pestovo sav cooldown, mada ima sustina možda, dovoljno. On ga bacio ka svojoj kuli.
Oh, I don't like that one as Sten now comes in just to make sure Carlson's okay. I feel like that guy should have been dead, but Oscar Renan sent him to safety.
Yeah, I was going to say, Oscar Renan actually ended up just punting him back in towards his safety. He was able to then flash up towards the tower, keep himself safe, and Sten was able to TP in, and now Oscar Renan does interrupt the knock-up as Heretics get the reset that they want, and Upset now pushing in this top side means that Carlson should be able to collect that wave as he hits the tower and doesn't have to burn the TP.
I'm sure that Carlson is going to die there for a second kill for Fnatic, but nevertheless, I come back to what I was highlighting before, the fact that Fnatic are still up in CS, and despite
Samo polako, Fnatic i Vašić. Ali Sajna navija za Heretike, tako da mislim da ima i toga, da i to ima uticaj.
Stoji.
And especially between that bot lane that was so successful before. Upset in the mismatch here, looking for yet another play.
Pa bi svaki game danas uzeo Dark Seal kao na prvom recallu.
Jeste.
Mislim da...
Da luda glava. Pobara. To je naš pobara. Iz Koreje moji znaš ti dobro koji.
Treba, neka. Samo agresivno u Evropu.
For Flacco, at least it means he gets the farm up relatively freely. And even now, it's Shale that's able to get the dragon, as it'll be Razork who's moving up towards those void groups.
And despite getting invaded, Shao's still up, not up in CS. I mean, he will be when the dragon goes down, of course, but Shao's still keeping track. And we talked about it in Game 2, but let's just remind you all, Shao did the second most bit of damage on his team as a Sejuani in Game 2.
Yeah, so Flacco did the most, and you have Ryze and Camille as your solo laners, and Shao's like, no, I got this, lads, let me show you how it's done.
I mean, I just can't believe it. Picks up the dragon, and now just goes back to clearing his camp as the Jax, power farming to Trinity Force. You'd say the same about Razork, but he's got a lot more action in this game, and I will say, despite the fact that we came into this saying the Shao's got Razork quite a bit, this game has been a better start here. Trundle more proactive, but
nije loše.
actually gotten all
Somi 200.
touch the grubs in this series.
Ovako rano, ovaj dive na Carsena koji nema flash možda.
Sport opet je riski.
Ovo promašili su root. Možda nije ni bitno. Nije ni bitno. Miki je Canon. Da. Si vidio?
Da, jako lepo. Ali mislim kao navikao sam od njih.
Da, ali Kula nema ramping damage kad bije Canona.
Da.
To je baš...
Mislim, postoji... To smo vidjeli onda kad je uređen rework i zapravo su ljudi mislili da je bug i čekali su da Riot vidi da se to dogodilo u pro playu i kao šta će da urade, bla bla bla, i samo je Riot bio pozorno kao it's a feature. I ja to poštujem, ja volim takve feature. Za mene je to skill expression. Jer nema on dugme na koje se pretvori u Canona, on mora da uzme Canona prvo da isplanira dive napred, da uzme prvi agro kao Canon. Jedino što možda treba da se pečuje je baš ta činjenica da ne postoji ramping damage, jer slažem se da to malo nije u redu.
Ja sam siguran, postoje neke stvari koje Riot ne može da popravi u kodu i kaže da je feature.
Dobro, mogu se da ima i toga.
Mi to tako želimo. A realno ne znaju kako fiksiju. Pogotovo s Niko, mislim da su negdje dali info kao koliko bugova ima na Niko koje neće ni da objave.
We've got a lot of space to do so for the next 3 minutes for Razork. It'll just be clear central. He's got his Trinity Force in hand. Shao's obviously a little bit behind, as you can see on the gold screen. Again, we're just going to chill for a little bit. First Dragon was picked up by Team Heretics, and to say that Team Heretics have been picking up early dragons is quite obvious throughout the 3 games that we've seen so far. But Fnatic in the driver's foot. Doesn't even feel like we know at this point as the bottom lane of Team Heretics getting bullied again. Sten is going to battle dance to flack it and gets the extra range thanks to Desire Couple's passive. But this is turning into a full-on dive again.
Yeah, Sheo's here to try and cover. You have to be a little bit careful.
There's 4 members here first, though, and it depends.
Ovo će biti riski, baš. Ne, mislim da ne vodi handownu, što je najveća šteta, verovatno.
It holds Fnatic at bay. Team Heretic's bot lane will survive another day.
This is what we were talking about. Heretic needing to match the plays from Fnatic. Sheo does a good job of
Getting
into a position where he can actually keep Razork from entering in towards that bot lane and also covering his exit, so then you can look for the counter punch. Camilo had to roam down to try and help out in that play, so Poby will get a plate on mid, but now Fnatic kind of just looking for the full tower take. Sheo holding here once more, worried that the dive might still be coming through.
Upset getting engaged.
On je out. Ako flasha, mislim, ali neće da flasha. Ok, što god. Sad, znaš ono, onaj naš čuveni osjećaj, možda ne znamo baš puno.
Izgleda. Da izgleda.
The arcane shift, and then I follow up with the grand entrance, or you end up just getting caught. Now, Upset did have the flash, so could have at least tried to maybe flash away, but decided to hold on to it instead.
And while that's a small moment from Sten in this game alone, I think we've had many of them throughout the series so far. Like, Sten in this game, sure, you know, he's only done a little bit of damage, but I want to highlight that this guy throughout the whole series on the Thresh game, what do we have game 1?
Da, Sten igra jako dobru seriju. Zapravo igra jako dobru seriju. Duše, Real mu nije bilo da, Real mu nije bilo što najbolje.
Some of the engages were a bit messy, but
the
general, he's been messy, you know. In general, it's been decent.
Yep.
Now, he's going to have to try and continue that, because again, he's going to kind of be that main tool that tries to set up for the plays, and then having Sheo follow up as kind of that secondary engage tool. But Dragon up in 30 seconds, Sten being a bit of a nuisance here, but taking some damage first.
Just going to walk away. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. Let's do an item check for everyone at home who does not like to look. As Trinity Falls now picked up for the Jax, as Camilo's just getting rampaged down, flashes away. Well, when
Camilo baš zabrinjavajući.
Camilo's out of there.
Camilo's gone. Dragon might be gone as a result as well, though. You can see the push from Poby on that bottom side. Razor constantly keeping him protected, and also having Mickey there means that they should be able to put pressure on the spot tower and then fall back to Dragon. TP potentially coming through as Carlson looks for the reset, though, and there's a ward in behind Fnatic.
Look at the range, the setup we talked about in draft. The Queen World's going to set up first over the turret's gone for Camilo. That might be an in, and Poby just waiting. He unleashes power first, then he scatters. The weak is Camilo.
Carlsen kasni 1000 godina, možda i ne kasni. Morali ste trakovati te flashove. Okej, Niko, Jax. Poby nice, lep scatter od Pobija.
Da, clean sweep. Opet kaže, Miki ima agency, drugačija ekipa.
Heretics didn't want to commit to the play fully and fast enough that they could actually turn that play around. The play was there. You can see Carlson's already reset. He's staying in base so then he can get that TP into the war behind, but by the time they do, the tower's gone, Camilo falls with it, and Heretics just aren't quite quick enough to collapse onto the play. And even as they start to come forward here, they have to try and overextend to try and support Carlson. The flash comes through from Poby. Then you get the arcane shift and upset. Even here, as everyone jumps onto him, it gets an arcane shift.
Gledajte ovaj Pobyov scatter, baš je lep. Ima 3 čoveka, baš nice scatter, baš nice scatter. Baš je potpuno je promenio ovaj skirmish u to da ne uzmu ni jedan kill osim ovog prvog koji su već uzeli.
I Trundle pasivna nehuma, naš se healovanja tiče.
It's hard to talk about one member without talking about more. Here for Fnatic, 4k gold lead, and that is a huge chunk. That was damage dealt to champions from Mickey, and he's doing more than Poby. What a surprise.
Nico is a fair support.
That is a very balanced champion, I think.
But still, those are the kind of plays that you want from Fnatic, and I like the idea from Heretics, but again, the trigger just wasn't quite pulled fast enough, and now Fnatic open up 7-2, a 4,000 gold lead. Rift Herald to boot as well, and it's just going to become very difficult for Heretics to hold onto the map. Mid tower is immediately looks like going to be taken by Fnatic as they move in here with the Rift Herald, and at that point, the pick potential from Fnatic becomes absurd against Heretics.
It's going to be popped through mid. The speed is ramping.
Ovo je mnogo tempa sad i mnogo resursa.
First out of turret. or rather first in mid.
Shay's in behind them. That's the TP as well. Heretics are collapsing.
But Oscar's also in the way, so on that TP, that might be a bait. Oscar sends them packing. Camilo and Shay now have to run out. Blast Cone is just going to be used to get some distance, and Fnatic are ready to turn.
Yeah, Heretics keep trying to make these plays happen, but unfortunately they're just not able to corral Fnatic into where they need. Mickey also had sent that clone into the bush just outside of River, so spotted, I think, Shayo as he tried to move in towards mid lane as well, so still here. Carlson going wide on both.
Oni im sad ulaze u džunglu I svašta se tu nešto događa. Nikako dobro za Heretike. Uopšte ne izgleda kao da mogu da vrate kontrolu nad ovim gameom.
Yeah, you can still see though, like there is
7-2.
these kind of wards that constantly.
A I njihov draft jeste dosta ono, moraju da budu ahead, moraju da imaju neki momentum. A baš I nemaju.
Carlson's TP going to be up in a moment to catch someone out who overextends on that bottom side, but 2.5 minutes until Dragon and not really any objectives up on the map. It's not really going to be a ward that gets much more value, but at least you can see Heretics are kind of leaving these little breadcrumbs around.
I dati Shao Jacksa isto malo hrabro, iskreno.
A pazi, ja mislim da se Jax uvek vrati u metu onda kada ti meta ima ove heroje kao što su Trundle, Xin I to. Sjećaš se da je tipa kad je Xin bio S tier, da je tad Jax ušao u metu zbog Xina. Neko je to priča.
No, to je fair, to je fair. Mislim, kad je toliko carry baziran na to da pogodi basic attack, isključivanje basic attacka samo dobije ogroman value.
Tako je.
Flekt otišao na little tempo, nije otišao na Conqueror. Conqueror vidimo jako često od Zaje. Sheo, nemaš Counter Strike I level ispod si Trundla. You don't win that, you don't win those.
To the left, and Razork, as he splashes out and upset misses the true shot barrage, is putting a statement on in this final game. Finally, he's come to life in this series. Fnatic looking for a little bit more. Blastcone wants to be taken aggressively. Mickey with a pop blossom, but under turret, even with a pillar up. Blackett sends out the feathers. Sten, the quickness, it turns into a fight, but he runs into a big fat belly. Walking away, Sten lucky to be alive, but Fnatic healthy as anything. We'll take another turret to the left. Bomber again, but Oscar in and flashes away. Mickey can't get the tangle barbs and it gets close.
Yeah, so Heretics tried to just give tier 2 for the tier 1 take on top, but Poby's now TP'd in and Carlson's getting corralled.
Good scat of the week though. Poby needs to keep his distance. Carlson has flash available. Razork on the way in as well. World Ender up and available. Infernal chains into a minion is not what you want to see.
Samo umreš.
Sky, but that healing won't cut it.
I to upsetu daju kill. Neće, Poby kaže kakav upset. Ja sam upset, ja sam carry.
Fnatic need to reset fairly quickly though. Dragon in 20 seconds. You want to be able to move into that position now. Carlson is obviously dead. Has the teleport if
Kažem ljudi, moramo Fnatiku samo dati malo vremena da pohvataju konce sa novim timom, ali ja stvarno verujem duboko u njih da će uspjeti da urade ono što treba da urade. I znaš kako sign up? Znaš kako smo se ti ja čudili da su baš oni potpisali pobije jer imaju humanoida? Nije baš lako promeniti pobije i humanoide za pobije. Sigurno postoji veća vizija od toga, razumeš? Nerealno mi je da su dopustili samo da to urade, a da nemaju dovoljnu infrastrukturu. Čekaj da imamo svoje. Dobro, neće. Kako lep timing. Ne verujem da su to uradili bez toga da imaju dobru infrastrukturu u ekipi za shot callovanje i bez toga da postoji ugao da te neko... Opet su me poremetili. Da taj neko ko dolazi zameni humanoida na mehaničkom nivou.
To jeste. Ja mislim da je nešto baš onako, da se nešto drastično dogodilo unutar ekipe, to je moj guess. Ja mislim da je to malo ono, ne želim da kažem drama, ali nešto se dogodilo tako.
Moguće.
Well, there's his own top as well, but there is a level difference between junglers, just to show you. how that gap's developing.
There's a lot of flowers here.
There are lots. Oscar.
Especially if you get the Anakan, that's going to definitely help as well.
Oscar going to go on a first date with the flowers in bot lane. Meanwhile, Shao's caught again. Pillars up. He can't get anywhere near the fight. Razor's just chasing down. True shot barrage. Layers and there's great damage. Oscar in and thinking about his angle again. He bombers onto the enemy top lane and Carlson flashes away after an unleashed power, but his world ender's out. He needs that for any chance of a fight. As Camilo comes late to the show and Fnatic again gets something for nothing.
Yeah, Carson's gonna have to recess. You don't really have a position here as Heretics. The TP
Ataka je manje više njihov, Carson. Ne, nema flash, nema ulti. Šta, zašto niko... Ali ovo ne kontestati nikad.
Mislim da su više u fazonu... Mislim da su više u fazonu moramo da probamo kako god bilo. Kao gubimo već jako, da su oni desperate call-ovi, tako mi deluje.
Fnatic continue to push forward. Carlson TP'd in behind. He's made it back to mid to try and clear out the wave, but it's Fnatic just waiting now to pick up this tier 2 on the bottom side.
Might be a sad end for Heretics. They are bleeding. I feel like I've been saying it for the past 5 minutes or so. 7.5k now. That inner turret down, bot gone.
I think for Fnatic fans, though, this is exactly what you wanted to see. This is what you're kind of hoping you'd see from Fnatic. It was strong early game, good control, great dives, playing around this bot lane, and it has been clinical in the mid game as well. Reading what Heretics are going to do, answering for that play, continuing to extend your own lead. And Heretics just really haven't had a look in. And after game 1 and game 2 looking a little shaky, this is a much better version of Fnatic for game 3.
It really is. I feel like Razork's woken up a bit. You know, Poby's had another stable game, but there's actually been tools to play with it this time. In the last game of the Annie, there was the Annie stun, but the follow-up was meager. And this game as well, Upset in another lead, and yeah, he's got more tools to use it for Upset as well.
And that's what I was going to say.
Gledam šta Heretici moraju da dobiju ove game, ali samo nisu baš previše behind. Pobi buildovi mi se mnogo sviđaju. Znači ništa od ono Blackfire, Cosmic Drive, full šta god. Ne, Pobi ide u meso svaki game. Mnogo mi se sviđa.
Baš je nasilan.
Iskreno samo nadam da će tako da nastavi, a realno ne vidim što ne bi, mislim, ovu seriju mu ide jako dobro.
2.5k gold lead for mid, 2.5 for jungle. I'm looking at a dead man's place for the chase in jungle. I'm looking at third item on the way for Poby, maybe even at Majai's with 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. The problem with Syndra is now that she's at, 100 stacks, now that she's getting closer towards that 120, Dagger, I just worry about that deletion that's going to happen if Flacker can't hold fast enough, if Camilo gets caught on this Aurora as well.
And it looks like Sheo might just add to the go grab. You see the bottom of your screen?
Tries to predict it over the wall, but Sheo, he slammed against the wall rather than back over.
Yeah, I think it's just impossible for Heretics, especially with this composition. You kind of need it to be in the lead so then you can play for the aggressive picks with Camilo and Sheo and Sten. But from this position, it is so difficult because you're already behind and then you're jumping into the Syndra, into the ultimate from Mickey, even the disengage from Oscarinen.
Yeah.
Finding picks just becomes so hard.
I think they found one. Heretics, it's a clone. Razor comes back in. Sten.
Da, ok, Razor mora se pazi dalje je Trundle bez Emara, sa jako malo Emara u Auroru. I dalje Camilo možda ga...
Što kada bi Shadow Flame, stvarno će ga tepovati.
Da.
Dragon at the same time though, you can kind of see where Fnatic are positioned. They very much know where they want to try and put that focus. So it's just going to be pushing mid, pushing already there on the top side of the map, and now Fnatic fall back with all the vision they've been protecting in towards this Baron area, but Heretics still snooping around, and looks like actually with all the vision there, Fnatic still going to be happy to just send a few members over to get the Dragon.
Miller did just get his second item. The Shadow Flame picked up Oscar and doesn't check the push in time. Top side, meanwhile, Carlson. And if that is going to be a Spirit Shojin, that is not picked up as he returns back to the scene at bottom wave. Dragon are going to go down, and we are dotting I's, crossing T's for Fnatic. It's slowed down for you all at home, but the reason is because Fnatic have held control for just so long. It does feel like a one-sided game. It's up to Team Heretics to show us otherwise.
Jeste, kažu kasteri dobro. Mislim, izgleda sporo zašto je bukvalno one-sided. Da nisu izgubili ovog Drake, ovdje bi imali Soul. manje više mogu da čekaju i sljedećeg, mogu da čekaju i Soul.
It's kind of Heretics trying to set up maybe for that miracle play once
I onda samo da gledaju end. Njima se realno ne žuri.
Then they can potentially look for a TP play onto, but realistically they're just too far behind. It is going to take an absolute, as you say, miracle to have anything happen here. But Fnatic kind of, the ward's cleared out. They're doing their due diligence. They're not trying to rush this. They just want to try and do this by the book.
Derek's gauge jump picked up for Carlson as he face checks near top.
Lepo. Ma, sve je, bukvalno, samo ulaze gde oni hoće i uzimaju ono što oni hoće.
The top lane demon, I think not. Carlson has to work for it. The flash in from Sten is trying to. The deletion will help out though, but Carlson's run out of ulti. While the Pop Blossom tries to send us home, but Black with the feathers out. Again the slow. Poby at full HP.
Ima je na voli, ali nekoliko basika bi ovdje ima pull.
You thought it looked close, but it's still a 1 for 2 in their favor.
It is Razork that went down though, so unfortunately I don't think they'll be able to move over towards the Baron. So we'll kind of hold on. Looks like top tower though will be the name of the game here, as it will be Oscar Ridden pushing out, but you can kind of see Fnatic a little bit split, so Poby pushing in mid, Oscar Ridden will get top, or pushing top, but Carlson will be there to answer. So once more, Fnatic will go into the breach and see if they can take that fight in the top side jungle, but Heretics hold for the moment.
It is a good point that you raised. The game's not done yet. If I know anything about Team Heretics, whether they're up 6k or down 13,000, any game is winnable. They showed us that last split. I can't remember who they were versing last split, where they
ide lagani Baron. Pohuk će pobjede bude jak još kad završi sve iteme. Level 16 Indra, to milosti nema.
Razork on the respawn. It's a bit dark over here. Baron going down swiftly.
Yeah, Poby though trying to find the pick, doesn't get Shea.
Damage na Shea, pola health mu skinuo. Miki zna da treba da ga zona. Samo šta je call, finišate, gle Shea. Čovek skoro umro, nije ni video Barona. Poby možda cancela skok mida ili šta god.
What they came for.
Yeah, there is no fight, it's just a public execution at this stage. Fnatic.
There's no fight, it's just a public execution at this stage. Kolega Caster.
Heretics away from this top tower as Fnatic look to take everything in the face of them.
They just can't get anywhere near. Poby's zone control is insane, and Upset's following up on everything. As you said, top turret is soon to go. This is going to quickly turn into 10,000 gold as Team Heretics fight close to their home, and Razork might be caught out, quickness out, and Razork, old habits die hard, but Poby's there to save the day. He unleashes hell upon Sheo, and Carlson's still dead for a little bit. Numbers advantage now for Fnatic as they walk towards the top turret, and
Oscar.
TP for the Twain World. Oscar and sends in the bomb, but it's not enough, only under a clone. That's Mickey X damage health bar. The zone is still there, Team Heretics getting sent away, and
koliko je... Mnogo mi je drago što je Poby uzeo Syndra ovaj game i što je ovoliko jak.
Da, i Medža je zgrabio, ništa ga ne interesuje, ide na ruke, bio u fazonu, došao sam, dominiram regijom, ne interesuje me ništa, kažem, Kamilo, mislimo je dobar matchup, ali da.
Nema veze, i dalje treba performovati u novom okruženju, naš. Nije to mala stvar, stvarno.
It's a nice idea as Camilo goes in, but Oscar Ridden, the flash body slam prevents them from really following up there, so Camilo can't look to try and pick off upset. And then Fnatic just start shooting fish in a barrel underneath this tower.
This is so easy, isn't it? We talked about range all game long, and here it shows again. It's such a burner of a series, considering the Heretics started off well, and that game too. This could have been 2-0. This could have been the Team Heretics 2-0. It's a crushing way to lose. But hey, I mean, it's a brilliant entry for Poby. He's shown us that maybe the hype is real. As Pillar comes through again, and to note, Poby at 120 stacks. He now has the extra percentage of AP plus the Magi's plus the Rabadon stacked up. With 3 and a bit items, Poby has 745 ability power 30 minutes into the game. And that guy is an item away from full build plus some stacks. Team Heretics get scattered, they become weak. Razork's going to step up, and with Baron buff, this siege is unrelenting. Carlson with an angle. All it takes is an engage, and Oscar knows that Sten caught out against the wall.
Nema mi flash forciran stand. Pa da, ovaj game. Lep rut.
Da, baš.
Apse da pokrije Carlsen, pa da, još jedan basic, da, to je to, GG's.
Kako je lepo Fnatic ovo odradio sad na kraju. Iskreno iskupili su se. Hteo sam da malo prozivam, veliki deo mene se ljutio što nisu više stompali i slično, ali ovo mi izgleda za sada jako dobro. Tako da, veliki respekt za Fnatic na kraju. Treba im dati vremena, treba pustiti ljude da scale-uju, da se naviknu da igraju bez humanoida, sa pobijem i bit će to dosta dobro. Heretici su sigurno improvovali, mislim da it goes without saying.
Da.
Eto sad, da li je možda potrebno da vreme i njima i možda protivnik koji je malo manje... Ma dajde, nema više malo manje jakog protivnika, iskreno njima je svako jak protivnik, tako da bit će važno pratiti i to.
True, interesantno, ajde, kao što si rekao, daćemo im malo vremena, vidjet ćemo šta se događa. Ja pokušavam da nađem Leaguepediju, čisto da vidimo samo i sutrašnje mečeve i onda manje više kolamo za danas. Što se tiče ove nedelje, znam da G2 sigurno ne igra cijele nedelje. Sutra gledamo BDS SK i Giants KC. Tako da, očekujem, ne znam, od BDS-a verovatno to da dobije KC Giants i očekujem od KC-a da uzmu pobedu, ne znam se slažeš sa mnom Zoba ili...
Da, ipak ću se složiti s tobom, mislim sam da malo lupam kontru, ali recimo da će to biti otprilike ishodi za rezultate ćemo vidjeti, a eto, ja tebi i Maratu želim sutra da imate 2-1-2-1, zato što sam ja danas imao 2-0.
Hvala ti, ja sam svakako stak pa sam stak. Ništa, to je bilo to, ostavit ćemo ovako, dobijemo intervju, pa se mi vidimo ljudi malo kasnije na streamu, Rale, hvala ti puno, vidimo se u ponedjeljak.
Hvala vama, uživajte ljudi, čao.
To je to ljudi moji, ostavljam intervju, gasimo stream, za sat vremena smo tu, ide Patreon Game Night, prvo cepamo arame pa ćemo vidjeti dalje šta i kako.
See how he feels after his debut in the summer split.
Thank you so much, guys. Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Razork. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
After this one. Thank you, Fnatic fans. They were really excited about Poby's debut, but we're going to come to that a bit later. First things first, 2-1. The caster said it. The first two games a bit rough, the third one smooth sailing. What was the difference?
Well, I mean, I think I had a rough game in game one. Game two was a bit iffy too. Like, I think our early games were really bad, both games. We were really behind. And I think Heretics, I mean, I think Shio played really good today. And I kind of got gapped a lot. So congrats to him. Yeah. But I mean, my team is probably better, so I won.
It's a team game in the end, and you guys managed to pull it. And as you said, Sheo played really well. We've been talking about him as the engine of Team Heretics, especially when it comes to the early game. What makes it difficult playing against Sheo?
I mean, I think Sheo is like a jungler that plays a lot for himself, which I understand. I think he is the leader of the team, and he wants always to be in a win position. So he's always playing for camps, which is normal as a jungler. But I think he's also very smart. So, yeah.
All right, good jungler, and especially when it comes to the early game. Now, we have to talk about Fnatic's off-season. A bit bumpy when it comes to everything. I know that at the beginning of off-season, Grabs and the coaching staff said anyone can get replaced. I'm thinking that is not something easy to hear as a jungler. Were you fearing for your spot? How did you guys approach off-season, and how did you live it personally?
No, not really. I was not like surprised or anything. I think after how the spring split went, I kind of knew that something had to change, because it's not only that we played bad. I feel like the dynamic that we had was off. Like we were just not improving, and we were stuck in the same point and getting frustrated at each other. So something had to change. I also told the coaching staff, if I'm the one being changed, like to get a better team, I'm down, but I really want to play. I'm really motivated. And now with the addition of Poby, I think like he's a very hardworking guy, and the Korean like mentality.
All right.
I'm just talking to him every day. I'm like playing duo and watching games, so it's really fun so far.
Yeah, we saw some content between you two. It was really funny, actually. How is the synergy building between you and Poby so far?
Well, since day one, I knew that he was going to be my boy. Like, he was very nice, and like every Korean I had, actually, it just feels like very easy to get along with them. So I just met him. I was the first one meeting him, and it was just very enjoyable. I was showing him every stuff because some other players were not there yet. And we just created accounts and we play non-stop duo queue. So we get to understand each other better because I think his English was a bit rough, but it's improving a lot. So we can at least understand the basic communication in game. And I think he's been doing pretty good.
Amazing. I know that most of people know Poby from the stint that he had in the LCK, replacing Faker in 2023, but most players and most people don't know him. How would you introduce Poby to the international audience? What can we expect from him as a player?
Well, he really likes to do good in lane. So it reminds me a lot like Oscar. I think they both biggest strengths are laning phase. I think they're pretty good. And I don't know, as a person, he's just very fun. When he came, he was very shy, and he was like not really joining our jokes. And now, I don't know, we go to the sauna together, and we're just singing every song, or it's just like very nice.
Amazing. Content, Fnatic content in the sauna. That's what we want to see. I know that's what the fans want to see as well. Razork, thank you so much for the interview. Do you have any message for your bot lane? They're in PGL right now.
No, I think they did great.
All right, you guys did great. You did great as well. Congrats on the victory. Thank you so much. And Dracos, over to you, FIFA's game lobby.
Very close to hot tub, but